I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Thursday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our expert traders, Tom Sabo and Nick Does Futures. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Chet. Hello there. And good morning, Abhishek. And good morning to Magnus. And good morning to Terry and Nick. And of course, everybody who's here today with us. So welcome. How's it going?
It's going. Yeah, we have a new trader joining the My Funded Futures family. He'll be streaming with us every Thursday at 10:30 Eastern Standard Time. So join us after our segment because Afiz will be here with us.
Afiz?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I know him.
Awesome. Yeah, we can't wait to get to know him. We can't wait for you to get to know him also. It's going to be great. The family keeps growing.
What
Oh,
time
yeah.
does he
And
come
we're...
on?
Sorry?
What days and times do he come on?
Every Thursday at 10:30 Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, gotcha.
Lots of new knowledge. So stay tuned, everybody. It's going to be exciting.
Yes, exactly. So speaking of excitement, who'd like to go first, Tom or Nick?
Yeah, I'll
Up
go
to you,
ahead.
Nick. All right.
Thank you.
Well, I think it's a tweet out this morning. I think it's pretty obvious where price is going to, right? I really only got one bias in the day. We are respecting this bullish gap. Seems like we tapped into this new week opening gap right here in the 4 hour from 2 weeks ago, or from 2 weeks ago, and we're reaching for these highs up here. If you look at the hourly, these are those relative equals from CPI that we thought we were going to get. So would have been nice to long overnight, but I wasn't even watching it. But I think we're going to maybe get closed here at 10 a.m. Maybe I don't think we're going to get a deep retracement. I think we'll get something shallow before reaching here. A lot of people are like, oh, well, we just ran previously high. But why you still want a long? Because the draw is obvious and nothing's stopping it. And usually in a bullish market, when we have these crazy sell-offs like we did yesterday, I mean, this was from high 930 to it's about 600 points or so. I like to see what it does the next day, right? And if you look at this close here in the daily, the close inside this gap, so it's not like we disrespected it. Then obviously ever since then we've been printing. But I was watching for shorts last night going to this morning, but I woke up, look at these charts, and I'm like, okay, this looks like a bullish day to me. So I'm not going to fade that. Makes my job a lot easier as a trader. I can just come in here and just play one side of the market. I do, like I said, I do wish I would have held. I took a trade last night on Asia on my personal and just held like 5 micros or so. But it is what it is. Going to be looking for the same thing on ES too, right? If you see here, there's not a whole lot of imbalances or anything stopping us. This is a lot like yesterday's move. Let's move down. There was nothing stopping us. Once we got below this low at 9 a.m., it was pretty easy for price to reach down there. So I might be looking for the same thing higher. I'm all for volatility as long as I have a draw on liquidity. I'm good. So let me go to gold here real quick.
Ooh, gold.
Yeah, it's been consolidating ever since it reached these all-time highs again. Like I said, I think it was Tuesday. I wanted to see us, or yesterday, I want to see us come into this daily gap. I'm still waiting for that. As a matter of fact, I'm going to set my alert on the gap here, just in case we come down to it and we get some sort of model to the upside. Now, people are like, okay, well, why do you want it to? How you know it's not going to go lower and continue? I don't. However, I do have some highs here to reach for. So, and the only way I could probably go short is if the daily chart closed below here, look for a retest and then go lower. But I'm anticipating something like a retracement into like the 4,500s before going higher. So unless we get some new major news catalyst, which I don't think we are. The only thing we have today is 8:30 unemployment. I don't even think we have any like 10 a.m. stuff at all. So Yeah, I'm gonna be looking for higher on just about everything that I trade, gold and indices, but would like a little retracement here on gold.
All right. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It was great.
Tom, what do you see in the charts this morning?
Well, actually, I was waiting for NQ to go. Hold on a second. Let me just switch down to the, was it a 5-minute? No, it was an hourly. Yeah. So there's an hourly supply zone here starting at 800. Hold on. Starting at 885.50, this gray area here. So that's an hourly supply zone. That was what I was looking for earlier in the London session. I was like, we should go there. Obviously, we had the opening range high from yesterday at 791, and I'm kind of suffering from some FOMO here. I wasn't at my computer, wanted to take this trade from this fair value gap all the way, up there. And finally, we hit the target. But my problem is, now that we hit the target that I was looking for, where to go, right? So that's the main question. I'd say if we go out to the 1 hour, we still have this level. We talked about this quite a few times. This is right at 26,108. Now, this level is actually relative equal highs back in December 5, December 8, December 10, and 11. So this is still, I would say, quite important. Now, will the market going to go there? I think yes. Yes. Is it going to happen today? I'm not sure. It's like 200 points higher. I think it can go. I think it can definitely go. Like, look at all this. If I zoomed out on the hourly chart, swept all these, higher lows down here with this one, and now it's just ready to finally go through that 26,108. So on the bigger picture, I would say the draw on liquidity would be that level. So I'm not calling it out officially, obviously, but 26,100-ish area, that's where I would be looking for a TP. Now, if I switch down to the 5-minute, I'll be waiting for the open. And as usual, I'd be looking for a displacement. Any kind of fair value gap on the 5, maybe even the 15-minute would be interesting to me. Depends on how much volume are we getting. If it's just going to go sideways, then obviously no trade. But I'm definitely bullish, even though I know everybody wants to sell this, and I know it's tempting and it's very good. And just, a little something here. I forgot to put this on the chart. There is a demand zone from the London session, which is, hold on, just put the number here. Anyway, it's somewhere around 689. So if it starts to drop, the first point I would be looking for shorts. We need down close candles somewhere below the 800 there. So if we're going back below 800 with down close candles, the plan would be, to look for something to enter right there below 800. So that's the plan for that. And obviously looking for more continuation. And as for gold, this is gold. I know everybody's still very much in love with silver because it just moves like I don't even know, to the moon, definitely. Gold almost swept previous day low. Kind of surprised that it didn't, at least not the micro. Bouncing back to a 15-minute fair value gap here. Gold is tricky. I can expect even a continuation higher to sweep levels above, around 46.10 and higher. It's a tricky one. I'd be looking for a short on gold. I don't want to trade gold. Sorry. I'm not looking to really trade it, but like 1, 2, 3 times equal lows right here. So I can imagine it might want to try again to go through that 45.84.2 area. So keep an eye on that, even for scalps. Not really interested. Like 80%, 90% of the time I trade NQ, but it's just good to know that there are some relative equal lows. And there's this bullish pin bar from January 13, which was Tuesday this week. I would say it's just screaming that like there is just, I'm definitely sure that there could be some stops below this level. So we'll see. But yeah, I will be focusing on NQ, and let's just hope for some volatility, and the targets are clean. So let's hope for it. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Did you guys continue trading after we streamed yesterday morning?
Yeah, I did. I actually took a trade closer to like 11:30. I went short on personal account. So yeah, that was a little uncharacteristic, but I was getting a little FOMO from that move, and I missed.
I believe it.
Remember, I don't know if you remember, I was lagging a little bit yesterday on my trading view. I had to restart, so that was kind of annoying. So probably shouldn't have done that, but it happens. But yeah, it was a good setup. The only rule I really broke was trading outside my hours. I usually trade, but it was a good setup.
Actually, I wanted to talk about you with Nick with this one because how important it is to trade in your trading hours, or should you restrict yourself in those specific trading hours, or how higher or lower the possibilities in or out of those trading hours.
Could it be also like, I know I need trading hours because if I don't, I'm gonna do something stupid.
Yeah,
like it's just you have to have some sort of self-awareness. To be honest with you, so I know people who trade the AM session, trade the PM session, and they don't overtrade. They do fine, yeah, cool. It all depends on the person.
Subjective.
Yeah, me typically. Another thing you can do is just pay attention to volatility. If markets are moving, your levels are getting hit. Stick around if you want to, but I just know, like, it's true that the fact that the volume dips off after the first 2.5 hours. So the volatility is just not going to be there. But there are PM sessions when the market moves. So take it with a grain of salt. Anything can be anything else one day.
Yeah, but I guess we can agree, like every session, like Asia, London, New York, like those sessions kind of have their own, like, statistically
accumulation, manipulation. Yeah. No, 100%.
100%.
I just think New York's the best one to trade. I mean, Asia's going to move sometimes, like one day out of 10, but I don't know. I just feel like if your main trading session's Asia, I don't think you're.
Also, I got a few questions in the past couple of days from some of my viewers in my stream, and about currency futures, because obviously lots of people from Forex are coming to futures now to trade with currency futures. And what do you think? Is it something that is to look into, like, outside New York business hours as well? Like, for example, the pound futures, euro futures. Is there enough volume on those markets? Or
certainly. Like I was talking about euro. I had a friend who was trying to long euro last week, and I was shorting it. It looks like, let's check the daily.
Cool.
I mean, there's definitely enough. Yeah, I mean, look at this. This chart looks like very nice. I still think it goes lower too. So. These are. I would stick to the majors, right? If you don't know what the majors are, it's euro, pound, you can add NZD, USD, but like the main three or main two, 6E, 6B. But these are. I probably said trade these like 35%, 70% combined. Another 20. For gold, and then like 10% for these. So
yeah, there you have it, folks. Like I almost said the same thing on my stream. Like I think it's something that and it's a great thing. It's a great shift for those people who were like trading Forex on CFD markets. Like this is a great opportunity on futures. And yes, obviously you can. If you guys like to trade the London session, there you go. You can have at MyFundedFutures as well. You can go with the euro, the pound, the yen. Yeah, just go for it.
Yeah, Grim Skull says, I've traded currency futures before, not as liquid, but technical analysis still works there.
Yeah, exactly. Especially like if you're not reducing yourself. Yeah, one more thing about that. Like if you're not reducing yourself, but like don't look for trades on the 1 minute, I would say. So definitely 5 minute, 15 minute and higher, I think, because of, there could be not just about the gaps, but the lack of volume on the small time frames. The especially the market orders could be a little bit tricky there. But I would say, 5 minute, 15 minute, whatever, that should be working fine.
Thank you, Tom. Nick, your one of your rules of trading within a certain time frame, it reminds me of the rules of how every trader needs to have something in place to help prevent overtrading, whether it's a trading window, whether it's a certain number of trades that you do, or maybe it's a max profit amount or a max loss, whatever set of rules it is, it seems like there needs to be something. Yeah,
I mean, like I say, for me personally, it's to protect me from myself, you know. A lot of people, they don't have to do that at all. But I just think it's very, very easy to sit here, you know, take a loss or take 2 losses and then, you know, keep coming back in the afternoon, do a lot of uncharacteristic stuff. So I just think people should, you know, incorporate that, like business hours, right? Like business people aren't working 24/7, you know, and you're not always going to get your opportunity either. Right. I mean, it's like people who, I don't know, like sell cars, for example. You know, they sit around for 8 hours. One person walks in at 1 o'clock and they sell a car, make $2,000. And, you know, that's it. Like, it's not like if they just sat there from 9 to 1 o'clock and they're probably just doing nothing. And that's what you have to do with trading too. So, I mean, another thing too is try to keep yourself busy. So like what I like to do is, I usually hit the gym in the morning, like up at 6:30, 6:45 to 8. I hit the gym. Sometimes, you know, we'll have to do something with the kids. And then I'm usually have to charge by like 8:50, 8:45. And I'm here till like 11:15 between this stream and my other stream. And then after that, I have client calls and things like that. So I just don't have the time to overtrade or look at the charts outside just showing people what it is, showing people stuff on the screen, but I don't have time to sit here and trade. So, so maybe if maybe just plan your day around that. I know other people do that too. They'll have, they'll do stuff from 12 to 2, you know, so they have to get out of the house. Like they'll plan, to tennis or pickleball or stuff like that. So just do that.
Yeah. Thank you, Nick. Corey the phone trader says, yeah, facts. And such a big reason why many of us got into trading is to have more freedom, more flexibility in our lives, and sitting in front of the charts all day like defeats the purpose also.
Yeah. Exactly.
So the 90-10 split with the rapid accounts is still going, the 20% off the daily payout plans. I can share my screen if you'd like.
Oh yeah, we love the rapid plan, and you know, the 9 to 10% again, awesome. And I think we still have the pro account discount as well. So I think it's still going on. Yeah. We have that too.
Exactly. It's 30% off the accounts using code YouTube for pro accounts, and then use code YouTube for the rapid accounts to get 20% off. And I noticed on the MyFundedFutures website, look how cool this is. Can you see this screen? I think you can.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. Isn't this cool? Okay. So remember last time I requested on the rapid account, I feel like it was like $8,000 or something. So, and at the time back then, the split was 80-20. So the trader keeps 80%, the firm is 20. So let's put in $8,000. I can't remember exactly how much I requested off of that rapid account that we did live together, but it was somewhere around 8,000, I want to say. Look at the difference, you guys. Now with the 90-10 split, I would get to keep an additional $800 in my pocket.
Dang, that's crazy.
Right? Such a big difference.
Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, when I entered this in this morning, I did this, you guys. I put in 8,000 because I was curious. I was like, okay, let me just see how this works. And I'm like, oh my gosh, $800. That's a lot of money. Like I can go buy a new purse. Like, so
what
this
kind
is
of purse?
cool.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm so curious. Let's just put in, let's do 2,000. Yeah, that's an extra $200. I love it. Anyways, I think this is really cool. My Funded Futures is so awesome. This 90-10 split applies to previous accounts that you've purchased, is not just new accounts. So if you already have a Rapid account, if you haven't heard, the split is now 90%. And it's also 90% if you get moved to live. So it's fantastic. The daily payout plan, the Rapid account.
Yeah. So you guys just make sure to grab it because it's an amazing opportunity. And of course, one more thing, as we always say, like if you are brand new with MyFundedFutures, you get a 50% discount from, I think from Pro accounts or from Rapid as well. I'm not sure.
From
or
Pro.
From Pro. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're brand new, make sure to grab the Pro account as well. If you register the first purchase that you make from the Pro account, you're going to get that 50% for the first month. I think it's a great value. So make sure to register and get it.
Yeah. And join the best family ever, the MyFundedFutures family.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Pine Tree Trader is in the house. It's
Pine Tree.
Pine Tree says Terry is luxurious. Yes.
She always is. Yeah.
I need the payouts.
$800 for a purse. Like, that's cool, right?
Let's go. One day it'll be the Birkin bag.
Yeah.
Or Birkin bags, I should say.
Oh, yeah.
I know someone who actually made a Birkin, you know, like they're like a crafter. I forget what it's called. Leather
No
craft.
way.
Yeah, kind of crazy. It took them like a year to make it, but it's the same.
Oh, that's amazing. A leather like craftsman.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Well, they just bought the kit offline, and they made like a Birkin bag.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even know you can do that.
Yeah. Maybe it's a hobby you can take up and be able to what's the word? You can get that Birkin bag a lot cheaper,
Yeah, exactly. Something to do in between trading sessions. And not overtrade, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
good hobby.
Exactly. I've noticed that if I'm still in front of the screens, in front of the charts all day long, like it's usually not a good thing. It usually means I'm losing accounts, I'm battling, I'm on some type of tilt session. Like it's not a good indicator.
Yeah, sooner or later, even if you have some good setups here and there, like the more time you spend at the charts, the statistically more likely that you're going to bump into a losing streak. And if you're just too tired to handle it, then it can cost you your account. So got to be careful with that.
Definitely. So market is going to open up in about 4 minutes here.
Yeah, I took a long position. This is a paper trading account on TradingView because today I'm using my small laptop here to enter a trade, so I can't pull it on the screen. But I entered the same exact trade, so this is just representing the trade itself with one single micro. My TP is going to be at 26,091. If it goes lower to somewhere around 870, I am going to add one more. So just to clarify, this is on the screen is a paper trading account just for representative reasons. I have my trade here on my laptop set up. But anyway, let's see how this goes because I'm really excited that this should be pushing up to that 100 that we talked about.
Okay, you're looking for 26,100?
Somewhere around there. So my TP is at 26,091-ish. So we'll see how it goes. It's just one micro, but again, as you can see it, if we reach that level, it's just $300. I'm happy with $300 with one micro in a New York session. So that I'm good with that. If I can just one single micro. If it comes back down a little bit, like a pullback, I'm willing to add to it, just maybe one more micro. But I have to make, I really have to be careful because my stop loss is like $300 on this one. So this is like a heavy position, but I gave it room to play out. So this could be one of those situations when you might have to hold the trade for like until the lunch hour or PM session. So we'll see how the volatility will kick in. But I was eyeballing with that level for so long now that I'm getting freaked out. So I just need to enter the trade anyway.
Oh my goodness, it is pumping. Let's go, Tom. Let's go. We are at the highs for the day.
Oh,
The
yeah.
low is 562, and it just made a new high at 25,951.
Oh yeah, we'll see how good. Obviously, I can imagine a bit of a pullback here. This 1 hour zone, which is this gray area, is being destroyed. It's completely being broken, so it's not valid anymore. But it's just like shows that if we're having down close candle here, up close candle here at the open, then it would be a good, I mean, it could even turn into a possible support area. So that's why when I saw that it started to move, like, okay, maybe I'm a little bit more aggressive, but it's okay. With 1 micro, I can handle it. It's no problem. Actually, my drawdown is like, let's see how much. Oh my God, 150 points is my draw. I mean, I can let it go for 150 points. Beauty of micros, everybody. Like, no stress, no freaking out, like I am, but no freaking out. Just, sit back, relax, and see what happens. And if it goes to a stop, like who cares? It's just one trade.
Yes, exactly. I love trading micros. It's the power of micros. We can do so many things with it. Sit in it, no problem. It's
and
it's just a trade.
Exactly. And I mean, guys, just ask yourself this question, like look back on your results, especially if you're just looking out for your first payout. How many of you would be like happy to take home or to, close down a $300 trade? I think if you can do that, like maybe not every single day, maybe just like 1 or 2 times every week, I think everybody would be super happy.
Oh, yeah. Super happy. Okay, market is open.
Okay. Not much is happening.
Ooh. It's dancing.
It's dancing a little bit. So, yeah, I
was still pullback here. It'd be nice.
Could be happening. Yeah, I'm actually prepared for that pullback. No problem with that. I'm totally fine. But like, I was looking at that level like so many times. I'm like dreaming with that level up there. Like, it just has to go there sooner or later.
Yeah.
So I couldn't spend my Christmas like normally. Even around Christmas, I couldn't think of anything else about just those levels, like 26,100. There has to be liquidity out there. But everybody just look at the 1 hour chart, everybody, and you will see. I don't know. But the market makers also watching the stream, so they might going to take my stop and then it finally turns around.
Anything is possible. Speaking of market makers, so the debate topic today, stay tuned, everyone. In about 15 minutes, Nick and Tom are going to battle it out. And the topic is, are stop losses hunted by institutions? One side will argue, yes, it's a real thing that institutions look for stop losses to hunt. And then the other side will argue, no, you are cray-cray. That is not true.
This is... Okay, this is going to be actually a funny one, but hey, we're here to have fun. Actually, no, we're going to talk about some facts.
I may just use this debate to rage bait some people.
Rage bait. Okay, all right. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's sort of funny, but we do have to talk about it. I feel like, so you can pick a side, Nick. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'll take the side which institutions hunt stop losses.
Okay. I love it. All right. Let's think about it. Okay.
So ES.
Yeah, what do you think about ES, by the way?
Yeah, looks like 8:30 candle. Yeah, it looks like ES is a lot stronger. Kind of a crazy move, though. I mean,
it is.
I would just like to see us come back at 8:34 at least. I probably may even enter like a swing long right there. Maybe something like.
Oh, I'm happy. Yeah, when I see, oh, beautiful. Okay, I'm okay. Okay, ES is, yeah. So on ES, at least the way I see it, we just tapped into a 1 hour supply zone. Is this all-time high? Yeah, it is all-time high. So I mean, the previous swing high is all-time high. So that actually is a supply zone. So we tapped into it. I can imagine this one's going to go through, and yeah, who knows? Anyway, I like it.
What does YM look like? Oh, YM is up by about 106 points. Not as strong. YM is coming off of the highs.
Okay. But if this is going to be a big sell-off, well, I have a plan for that too.
I love it. Tell us your plan.
The plan is very simple. I'm going to take the stop loss first, so that's not a big deal. But yeah, actually, I'm going to modify my stop loss on my laptop here as well. So I'm going to put my stop loss to 805. I totally forgot what I was talking about earlier, because if we would be having some down close candles below 800, then I would be looking for a zone down at 689. Oh my gosh, this is dropping nicely. So then I would be looking for a possible short, and that short is actually a London low. I totally forgot about it. That would be like a London low there as a possible sell side liquidity at 673, which is also a demand zone. But so far, as I said, if this current 1 hour zone is going to hold, then that would be great for my trade, but we'll see.
I like that. You're still in that long?
I'm still in that long and in a bit of a drawdown, but it's fine. It's fine. My stop loss is, I modified it to $250 on this one, so I'm just slightly down.
Okay, I am going to take this 5-minute orb. Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm in with just one micro short.
Mm-hmm.
We're on opposite sides again.
No, it's fine. It's completely fine.
Last time you won the trade. Today, I hope I win the trade.
It's completely fine. It's perfect. It's perfect.
Oh
my gosh. Why is it melting? But actually, it's good for you. So don't worry.
Yes.
Me too. I'd like to see us go lower. That'd be nice. I'm glad NQ's dropping. This low right here, this stop loss, where I have this potential stop loss, is at the bottom of the 4 hour candle, 4 hour candle low. So gives me more than enough room to take this trade. Let it sort of breathe a little bit. I think it's right for price to retrace a little bit. We ran previous day high on both. We had a big sell off overnight. I'm just gonna also be watching like the 5 minute too, see if we can get some sort of a flip back to the upside.
Yeah. Well,
we shall see.
We shall see.
So the 5-minute orb has been on a win streak, and I just realized that. I'm like, oh, I hope today isn't the day that it loses. It's been on such a massive win streak, but it's okay because we're trading micros.
That is amazing, by the way.
Yeah, it's the power of micros.
Yeah, so far it is what it is. Do we have any other news, by the way, for later today? I'm not even sure. Nothing. Okay. Do we have anything tomorrow?
No.
All right. Okay, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
All right. So far holding the area. Yeah. Maybe the rally that I was looking for is going to be waiting until Friday. So we'll see. It's definitely melting lower. Oh, yeah. Where's your TP at, Terry?
831.
831.
Yeah. Okay. I do like on the volume profile, I do like this divot area that is working on filling. Anything's possible.
Oh, yeah. Anything is possible here. Well, it's just one of those days. And by the way, everybody, until we're just, waiting for the market to show us what is going on, just push the like and make sure to subscribe, right? That's the goal. One of the goals. We need to push it to 100K, everyone.
Yes, let's go. Let's go. It makes Magnus super happy, you guys, when that like button is smashed. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
Magnus will drop the form into chat. So you guys have a chance to win a 50K core account.
Oh, yeah. And that's true. He really loves those likes.
Yeah. Emma says, we will hit TP. Your TP is at 837. Let's go, Emma.
Yeah, it's going down now nicely. I haven't even looked on the 1 minute chart of what's happening. Let me just look at it.
Yeah, I haven't either.
But it's going down nicely. Yeah, definitely. This is I would say almost a London session swing low almost. But let's see, the 7 a.m. low. The 7 a.m. early New York session low is here, 811. Oh my gosh.
811.
Starting to lose confidence in this trade. Not gonna lie. This just seems like not good. Yeah. I tell you what, if it closes below like if it takes your TP, then I might just going to close this one, because then it's more likely that it's gonna go through that 800 level. So I'm gonna save up a little bit of that stop.
Okay.
Yeah.
It could be one of those days where it goes down and then it does go hit that 26,100 that you're looking for.
Anything is possible.
Or maybe I just still lose on this trade. We don't know. I'm trying to battle you, Tom.
Well,
yeah. I mean, it can definitely be tough, but
and all this.
I have my group chat and people are like, "Oh my God, we need a long right here. Market's pumping. I'm like, let's calm down, right? Like it'll be okay.
Oh, look at this candle.
What is happening?
Oh, that bar before, it looks like such a nice reversal candle. Let's see how this bar closes.
What is going on?
What do we do?
Yeah, I don't know. If anyone knows a phone number, just let us know.
Oh, Tom, are you you're still in the long?
I'm still in the long. You guys are not watching. I'm just praying silently. But no, I'm actually, I just want Terry to win. I want her to win. Really,
Tom, you're so nice. You're so nice. I know it's hard for me to battle you, but I want to win.
No, yeah, that's the spirit. And you know what? Look at this. The 1 minute, just wicked up. Feels like this is like a typical sign. Like it's just, picked up some orders or whatever, and it's just gonna finally drop down there. There you go. Finally drop down very fast. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, the power of micros, because if I was in a mini on this trade, oh my gosh. Yeah, I would have been stopped out. I probably would have re-entered, and it depends on your account size, right? Like this account size is the 50K rapid account size. So if I'm in a mini, I'm going to be sweating, but it's like micro. It's like, like I can laugh. I can have fun with you guys, and I'm not like glued to the chart.
And you know what? This is like a typical mistake. I feel like for the new traders, even the ones who are transitioning from like Forex, the thing is like they think like, micro is just too small. Let's just go with the mini, and like everybody's like going with one standard, one mini, and let's see how it goes. But I've seen this. I'm still seeing this at many people that I know, or I'm being. I do chat with some people sometimes on Discord and Twitter, and some traders are DMing me, man. It's still going in with one or two minis. Like, why are you going with minis? Especially, in the New York AM session. That's like can absolutely blow up your account. So.
Yeah. So 2 minis, the notional value on that, it's over $1 million. And it's a lot. It's a lot.
It sounds fancy. Like, hey, mom, I'm trading with 2 million. But yeah.
So just with one micro, the notional value on this one micro is about 50,000. So that's a lot too, right? Even just with one micro, it's like what that means is I feel like for traders who are new, they're probably like, why is that important? Because that is actually the size that we're actually trading. So even though I only have one micro, oh, that sounds like nothing. But really the notional value, the actual size I'm trading in this one trade is over $50,000, is basically the size that we have on.
Yeah.
So if this moves by 1%, it's 1% of 50,000 is the drawdown
Amazing.
that you would take if you're long, right? Yeah.
And imagine like you're sitting down with your friends, like, hey, what did you do today? Well, I was trading with $50,000 and then I added another $200,000 to it. Like,
yeah, exactly. Sometimes I forget that, and I will be in 5 minis or something, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that's so many millions of dollars, and I only have $2,000 worth of drawdown.
Yesterday I moved like $5 million. Like, how about that?
Yeah, just like that, no problem.
Just like that.
In and out. No wonder, sometimes if you're trading with that big of a size, you almost feel like you're going to have a panic attack. Oh, yeah. Congratulations. Your trade is looking so good, Tom.
No. It's not over until it's not over. Nick, what do you see?
It looks like we're not going to get a pullback into this 1 hour gap. I was looking to just put on a couple contracts here and then maybe add in some more on the move higher, on the retracement. On the reversal, but looks like we just have pump.
Wow. Is there any news? There's no news, right?
It is pumping. Oh, there was news this morning. Let's see here, which the market is likely digesting. We had quite a bit of news this morning. At 8:30 Eastern Standard Time, we had the unemployment claims. It came in at 198,000. What was expected was 215. That is the biggest one. That's the red folder news. So it's digesting.
All right.
Ooh, it's going. I'm underwater.
Oh, no. Do something, everyone.
Do something. No, Tom, this is good. This means your trade is winning.
Well, so far, but I mean, I'm barely above break even, but let's just wait for it. As I said, I'm prepared to hold this trade up until the PM session close. I don't, not that I don't care, because I do care, but I'm okay with it. I don't want to jump back and forth. I realized also many of my mistakes is like singular to like everybody else's when this happens, like just jumping in and out, basically chopping yourself up. So again, another advantage with the micros, like the wider stops, wider targets, looking for higher time frame targets as well. Just sit it through. I know it could be like frustrating to see it go to a drawdown and whatever, but then you got to remind yourself that, okay, this is one trade and this trade is only going to take $250. Imagine how many more trades you can still do. And especially if you're adjusting your risk reward ratio a little bit there. So it's definitely not the end of the world. With the minis, you would be done by now. So I really hope that everybody keeps it very tight and, controlled risk, everyone. Don't do anything that you would regret later.
Don't do anything that you would feel embarrassed if people were watching you.
Yes, you can put it that way too. Yeah, that's true.
Okay, are you guys ready for the debate?
I'm definitely ready.
Okay, who'd like to go first, Nick or Tom?
Tom, go first. Tom, stop it.
Hold on. So my side is hold on.
Your side is institutions hunting for stop losses is so fake. You're cray if this is what you think, correct?
Oh,
Nick,
yeah.
You're arguing for that it's a real thing.
Oh yeah, it's a real thing. That's why
cool.
That's why majority of people are unprofitable.
Okay, so that's very easy. So do you guys really think that institutional traders, institutions, big players care about you? No, they don't. They don't really care about you. And they really don't even know that you exist. Like, they don't see your orders. They don't really care about your orders. They're just looking at each other like, you know what? I'm going to tell you a bigger story. Imagine the biggest institution or traders or hedge funds, banks, whatever. You know what they do? They call each other like, hey, Carl, what's up? Hey, you know what? Yeah, we're going to short NQ today. What's you going to do? Well, we're going to go long. Really? All right. So what's your, okay, then, let's just play a game here. And they're just, teasing each other like, okay, they don't care about the retail. They don't look at those levels. Like they don't call each other like, hey, do you think there's a lot of retail traders below those levels? Do you think they're just going to jump into a short? Or no, they don't care about that. They just want to, they're actually, by the way, I do know someone here in my country. He's a high-level manager of one of the biggest banks in the country, and he definitely confirmed to me that they definitely don't care about the retail traders, and they only look at weekly charts, maybe go down to the daily charts, but weekly and monthly charts and fundamentals. And you know what? They just don't care because they don't want to do anything with for them, the retail money is like crumbs, nothing. So it's like non-existing things. So they don't care. And by the way, even the competition in between those, I mean, as hedge funds being in competition with each other, they talk to each other, right? They really have a strategy like, okay, what you guys going to do in the next week or next quarter or next month? This is what we're going to do. These are the levels that we're looking for. Okay, we're looking to load this and this amount of orders like in this period of the next quarter, whatever. They are talking about a different level. So they don't care about the retail traders at all. So this is just a fluke, just, fugazi. It's not existing. So it's not there. It's just something that you guys are seeing in the movies. I'm sorry to take away the spirit there, but this is the reality. So yeah, but otherwise we are all awesome and everybody great and I love everybody, but this is just a myth, right? It's a myth. So forget about it. It's not existing. Thank you. That's my point.
Thank you, Tom. Ooh, some strong arguments there.
Yeah.
Nick,
Well, I have the best argument of all time. ICT said that, smart money always comes for our stops because, we're retail, right? That they need us to survive, right? They need us to, be stupid. So that's why you can't give in to some of these, these emotions that you're feeling, right? And try to like long breakouts and then like FOMO in, because the smart money knows where you're going to place your stop. They know you're going to place it that high or that low. So that's why you need to stick to one strategy. You need to trade it, and if you are consistent, you will eventually be profitable with that. And yeah, that's kind of all I got. It was mainly just ICT. ICT said so, right? I think a lot of people in the chat here would agree with me, because I think majority of the people in the chat do trade ICT.
Ooh, boom, boom.
Ooh, Nick, really, okay, this valid argument. Like if ICT said, then we got to think about it. But yeah, no, I mean,
that's right.
All right.
But for real, like, I did have a friend who went to the stock exchange, and he was talking about some of the orders that are placed in there. Right. And he said in the past 5 or 6 years, it's been a lot of people have come into the markets, and, we make up, you'd be surprised how much, we make up of the markets now compared to what, like 6 years ago. And I think mainly due to, technology and how easy it is to trade. And, prop firms, obviously people can go from prop firms to live capital pretty quickly if they're taking payouts. So it just makes it easier for people to make money in the markets. And then once they make that money through prop firms or whatever, they move over to a live account because they've had success in the past. So that's it was very interesting to hear that. But those banks, bro, like, we're a smart money concept for a reason.
You know what?
Everyone
I almost believed you, Nick, but I don't. But no, it's valid points there, though. I like it, but I'm like seriously. I mean, I'm not serious because I'm never really serious, but I'm just saying, like, I think, I don't really think still that the big institutions, big players are really hunting for retail traders. But there's one point,
I don't think they typically hunt. I think it's part of their strategy because they know what
retail is going to do.
There's one thing that you said there, which is like, as you said, as the technology is evolving and more people, more and more retail traders are entering the market, there could be obviously a surge of volume from that side. So I get it. But is that enough for the big institutions to go after those? I mean, that money as liquidity, or I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. But anyway, it's about
they don't go after it directly. They go after it indirectly. You know,
like looking for those levels that you were mentioning, like
today
smart money
is a
concept.
perfect example, right?
Mm-hmm.
People went short yesterday. What are they doing there? Placed their stop above yesterday's high, and then they run out yesterday's high here in the first 30 minutes, and people are like, "What the hell?" You see what I mean? So, like they just know whoever it is going to be right here, whether it's people who trade supply and demand, ICT, smart money concepts, whatever. They know they're going to do that, and they're probably most likely always going to do it. You know, because I feel like there's always going to be that people that same percentage that just fail over and over. You see what I mean? So yeah,
interesting.
It is interesting that most of us, we put stops above and below pivots. It's such a human thing.
Right.
Yeah. It's like, that's just where we love to put stops. We just, a high or low, any type of pivot. We're like, ooh, yeah.
I would imagine like bigger institutional traders or hedge funds, banks also put their like stops below the similar swing lows and highs, but not on the lower time frames, but like on the weekly or maybe the daily. Like they're not really using those 5-minute, 15-minute charts, obviously. I think so. Why not? Obviously, but that's what I think. That's what I believe. I would think they also have those stops. So if we're getting closer to maybe a significant daily level or weekly level, that could be something to look for, but like not because they're looking for retail logic there. But anyway, interesting.
Very interesting. Okay, let's see who won the debate. So far, Tom has 59% of the votes. Nick has 41%.
Damn.
This is the new word now for it. But you know, guys, I mean, Nick has some really valid points there, and listen, like you gotta let him win. You know, you gotta let him win once in a while.
You gotta go out there and earn it. You gotta go out there and earn it.
I know. So, but I think that's this topic in itself would be like a conversation piece where we could talk about for hours, because there's so many side of this. But yeah, I like it.
No, there's only one side.
There's only one side.
See, everyone. Yeah, see, everyone's like rigged.
Abhishek says both having valid points, guys.
Yeah. Look at this market, like we're just hovering up and down. Like, what the heck is going on here?
No, is it building a bull flag? What's happening?
I gotta check the higher. Oh my god, the 5-minute looks terrible. 15-minute looks 15-minute is still kind of bullish, look-alike. The hourly looks the hourly looks like to me like we swept we swept the swing high here, and we're just ready to maybe slowly take it lower and maybe accumulate something down here for later. So
interesting.
I hope it's not the case for my trade, but I feel like all the strong bullish push here throughout the day, basically all day long, it's very strong bullish. Like maybe it's time for some bearish candles here. All the hourly candles since we only have bullish candles since 3 a.m. And if we're not counting that 2 a.m. candle, basically all day we were bullish. So sooner or later there has to be some sort of a pullback. So question, is it going to happen now or maybe later? I don't know.
We shall see.
I think it'll happen here soon. I'd like to see it get down to this 800 level, 836. The 4-hour chart looks like it's in close above and inverse every bearish gap. Same for the hourly. There's nothing really stopping us. We did run previous day high, took out all these relative equals. So I think it's just right that we're having a retracement here. But I think I'll try to get long on NQ potentially. Maybe just add in like a little light here, like a starter position or something. Right around 834. My stop at like 729. 729, if you look at it here, is literally right at the low of this 4-hour gap. So if price is coming all the way down here, I really don't want to trade it. Like it's probably, even if I was going long, I wouldn't want to see it come down to here. I mean, it come down in here a little bit, and then go higher. But I think this would be a good trade if I can get it, at least for some sort of.
Yeah, somebody in chat was asking, what do you think about gold? And yeah, I'm curious too, because I know you will have to go. So I'm just curious, what do you think about gold right now?
Yeah, it left equal lows. That's the only thing I don't like, right here on the hourly. And on top of that, the daily hasn't reached into this bullish gap. I mean, I haven't really got something I really want to see. And the displacement, since we have opened here at 9 o'clock on gold here, it's moved higher, but it's not really put in a whole lot of gaps. I think we're going to go lower on gold. I just don't know. I personally can't do anything until we get inside this gap. For me personally, no sort of significant swing low that was taken or anything like that. So I'd just like to see how price go down there. But yeah, I'm looking at a 100-point stop, and what I'll do is I'll just like add in, like if price starts to reverse and push up. Another thing too, you guys got to stop looking at the points. Those are going to take care of themselves. Like where are you anticipating price to go to? And where is a clear invalidation point? Because volatility is going to change. Like back in April, you had a 1-minute candle on NQ that was 300 points. Now you have a 1-minute candle on NQ that is, let's just pick one here, 907 to 864. That's like 40 points. So volatility is constantly changing. So like don't be one of those people that falls in the trap. Like, oh, 100-point stop, you're crazy. Like it's literally a starter position. So if I can start to see market move back up, I'll add in a little bit more for retracement and then have like a full size position on. But yep, that's that's all I got today.
Thank you, Nick. That was good. Yeah, no, thank you for that. And yeah, I guess we'll see you tomorrow, same time. Yes,
same time tomorrow. So.
For Friday.
All right, Friday. Yeah. See you tomorrow, Nick. Thank you so much.
Yeah, take it easy.
Cheers.
You too. Are you still in your trade? Hey, Magnus!
Look at this guy without the baseball cap.
Greetings, everyone. Greetings, dear viewers. I came here uninvited today.
Take the screenshots, everybody.
I know. I had to make my window bigger. It's like, Magnus has no baseball cap on.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look how handsome he is.
Yeah. What do you mean? Why do you say like that?
Because you always wear a baseball cap, man. Always. Yeah. I mean, like last time you should have seen yourself. Like, where is it? Where does he have eyes or something? Because you were like covered. Like, well, huh?
Now I want to wear the baseball cap.
You know why? Because I didn't cut my hair for a long time. I look homeless. Right?
There you go.
I got a haircut one time, chat. One time last year. Imagine how much I saved because I have to go and cut my hair like every 3 weeks otherwise. Right?
Look at that hairstyle, everybody. Oh my gosh. Okay, cool.
Anyways, how are you guys doing today?
All good. All great. Yeah, all is great. All is great.
How is chat doing today? Are we doing good? Are we doing bad? How are your trades?
Everybody's hyped up. Well, my trade is in a drawdown, but like, hey, now that you're here, I'm not scared anymore, even if it takes me out. So
Tom and I are battling, Magnus. We're on opposite sides of the trade. Last time Tom won, and I'm hoping I win today.
And now Terry is just praying for my stop loss. But anyway, yeah.
Wait,
but I want to know. I want to know what you think, Magnus.
Are you still? So wait, are you still?
I'm still in the short. Yeah.
Oh, wow, price really hasn't moved a lot.
It hasn't.
Yeah.
Price really hasn't moved a lot. Yeah.
Good thing I'm in a micro. Yeah, power of micros.
Oh yeah, definitely. So how was your day so far, Magnus? And how was your week? What do you have for us? Tell us something new. How's the weather in Finland?
The weather, we have a lot of snow again. It just keeps coming, more and more snow. It's so crazy. I was driving this. I don't want to like go too much off topic, but I was driving this other day. First of all, my car didn't start, right? Because it was so cold. Second of all, I realized I forgot something. So there is this little small street you can go, and then I was gonna turn the car, right? But I got it stuck in the snow, right?
Oh,
so
no.
it hasn't been that great. But otherwise, it's all good. So. You know.
Yeah, I saw your post on X, Magnus, and it inspired me.
Me too.
I'm gonna pull it up. Is that okay? Can I pull it up? No?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah?
You can go ahead. That's totally cool.
Everyone follow Magnus on X. It's Magnus_futures. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I loved it. It was so well put together. I was like, oh, this is so good. I shared it this morning on my stream. I was like, you guys.
Yeah, I don't usually share my thoughts on social media. As you know, I've deleted everything. I don't even have. I'm old, right? Well, I'm not that old, but I'm of the older generation because there are a lot of young people in the chat who are like 20 and stuff, right? So I had Facebook. I didn't have Instagram. I had Facebook, but I deleted that as well. So I have nothing. So
you're like that.
I don't share. I don't like to share too much about myself. But for some reason, yesterday I felt like.
You know what? You're like that famous trader who shorted the housing market, Michael Burry. He puts anything on post and he just deletes it a few days after. That's how he does.
You know, it's funny you say that because I used to. Because I'm sure a lot of people in the chat are going to be able to relate to me. But chat. Tell me, are you like, do you feel like you see shorts or longs better? Because I was able to see short trades so well. And that's not good if you're trading a market like NASDAQ, because I was shorting too much. And now I kind of managed to learn to take more longs. And it's fantastic. I'm going to be honest. I think a lot of people would do better if they would just delete the red button, right? And only go long every single time, right? That's their bias.
By the way, yeah, fun fact, by the way, actually not fun, but interesting fact that years ago, it was in 2021, my so-called mentor, he was a really great guy. He was actually, like, as he was saying, murdering the markets. He only took short positions, because his brain, like his thinking and his vision through the charts, like he could only look for a short position. He didn't care about long positions at all. 100% of his trades were short. And I was like, wow. And he was getting awesome results. Interesting, by the way.
You know, Tom, there is this saying, how does it go? I think it goes like, bears sound smart, but bulls make money, right? Bull markets make you money, but bear markets make you rich. Why? Because you bet, right? You bet when the prices are low. So in general, if you have to choose a side, like, then go bullish. That's probably the easiest way. You often get bailed out if you even if you're incorrect, you know, when it comes close to your stop loss, but then it reverses prior. That usually happens, at least in my experience, more often when you go long than when you go short.
Yeah, I've heard of some traders where they only trade long and then they will try different attempts and then they'll just rotate accounts. Like they'll try twice in an account. Doesn't work, they go again in another account. It's very interesting. So your post on X, you shared with us your perspective and your knowledge about numbers and about risk reward, and you've shared a little bit with about this with us on the stream already, but just how what we're actually risking is the price of the eval versus risking what we see with the trade. And it really brought things to light. It inspired me. I was like, oh, I think I need to do more of this perspective here.
Yeah, so I need to be a little bit careful with what I say because I'm going to make someone angry otherwise. But essentially, in the prop firm space, a lot of people, they focus on optimizing the way they trade, right? And first of all, this is not for anyone with low funds, right? That's you shouldn't bet too high if you don't have funds, right? Then take it slow. You do have a higher chance to succeed then, right? But the ROI, the speed of your payouts and stuff, the size of them, it won't be as significant. But a total percentage ROI might be. But one thing, a lot of people, they optimize their trading, but you can actually focus on optimizing your payouts. And what I mean by that is you can think about how you can get a payout the best way. And that becomes your edge. The edge doesn't come from the market. Think about that. The edge comes from your ability to take asymmetric risk, like the bets, the size of the bets. Matt Cower talks about this a lot, like betting size. That's the true skill. And it truly is. And in prop firms, like I think, chat, go ahead and tell me if I'm wrong, but I think prop firms are easier to trade than a personal account. That is my
100%.
Because I can succeed in prop firms, but I don't think I can succeed in a personal account. I think I go break even. Right? And it's not just think. I tried it, and I went break even for 2.5 months on my personal account. Yet I keep taking payouts on prop firms. So you tell me what that is about. That's just personal experience, right?
That's amazing, man.
I see someone in the chat says 100% no, lol. Okay. Okay, got it. Maybe I'm incorrect, but that's just my experience and my opinion. So
I think like thinking this way is also great for as we're developing, as we're working on those long-term skills of being a consistent trader in a live account, we can still get paid. Trading props, which I love that about trading props. Yeah, I have deposited money in a live account and it's gone so quickly. Like, it's not even funny.
It's a different game. I don't think it's necessarily better or worse. It's just you need a different approach. And for me personally, I think me and many others, their style may not be suited for that kind of trade. Maybe they need the kind of restrictions that this space puts on you, because when you go and deposit your own money into a brokerage, for example, I mean, it's a different feeling when you start risking whatever you, let's say you deposit $3,000 and you risk 10%. That's high, by the way. But let's say you would, that's $300. I mean, a MyFundedFutures core account is like $77. So you're risking many evaluation on one single trade. That's not easy, right?
Oh, yeah.
So that's really what I'm employing here.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a 50K core account. We get $2,000 worth of drawdown, costs $77. And I mean, you cannot open up a live account with $77 and trade minis with it. Like, it's just not going to happen. Yeah.
I think another thing is as well, I mean, I used to trade perpetual crypto futures, and that's when everything went wrong, right? I used to do it over and over again. And with those accounts, when you deposit the money, when you lose the trade, right, the money is gone. And what do? There is no reset button. No. You have to either work yourself up off the drawdown, and that takes a long time. But with props, you do that and boom, you're back, right?
Exactly.
You messed up, you lost the account, you can start again, for example.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. So last year I was doing really well. Like, I had a month where I had over $20,000 worth of payouts, and I took $5,000 from my payouts and I put it into a live account. It was gone, you guys, within, I don't know if it was 2 days or 3 days, it was gone. And afterwards I was thinking, how many evals could I have purchased with that? Like, so many compared to how many shots I had in that live account.
Yeah, but I mean, it's when you realize, you always hear people say that it takes 3 to 5 years to learn trading or whatever. They are not talking about technical analysis. They are talking about something else. And what is it? Tom, what do you think?
Well, it's statistics, like game theory or something like that, looking for like which side, it's something like that. Something like that.
Yeah, well, in a sense, but what I was looking for is essentially mastering yourself and not doing stupid stuff really well. So the psychology is what takes time there, because our brains are not wired to think in that specific way, right? And we don't understand probabilities. Another, I see a lot of people in the chat, they always say, oh, I never win anything in the giveaways. I'm so unlucky. And I also feel very unlucky, right? But unluck, that's not really a real thing unless you frame it in a specific way. It's all variance, right? Do you understand variance? Like, you have, for those who may not be English speaking, like if you flip a coin 10 times, right? Now that's a low sample size, so it means that it's most likely going to be a little bit rough. Like it can go. Let's take 100 instead. That's a little bit better. You're expecting 50 and 50, right?
Yeah, something like that.
But you may have, technically, you could have 50 losses in a row and then get 50 wins. And that is the variance. Or you could have 10 losses and then 5 wins and 10 losses again, and then you go on a win streak. So when that happens, we only remember that's another thing, by the way. Our brains, it tends to remember the bad things more often than the good things when it comes to this stuff. So all it really is, it's not unlucky. It's just variance, and we are incapable of understanding the probabilities because it's different being able to understand probabilities and to be able to think in probabilities. I think I've heard this from Trading in the Zone. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, I think I read it there as well. Yeah,
and then when you read it, you think, oh, okay, now I understand it, but you don't. It takes some time to understand what it actually means. And this is the type of stuff that usually no one speaks about in this space.
And by the way, there is a very interesting question here from someone in the chat. When in your 20s, do you think it is easier to break your conditioning? Like, is it easier to adjust to these markets and to trading than we're getting a little bit older? Is it something that, I don't know, can be controlled?
Well, I don't think so necessarily. I'm 26 years old now, and I'll tell you, I was a really stupid person. Let's put it that way. A few years back, right? And that goes outside and inside the market. So me trying to trade as a 20-year-old versus now, it's a huge difference, and it's simply because our frontal lobe isn't even. It's not even developed by the time we are 25 or something. Then it's developed, and it's like before then. It's like, have you heard Tom? Have you heard or seen the movie All Quiet on the Western Front?
Yeah, but I actually I was.
That's all you need to know, right? The title. That's like before you're 25. It's all quiet on the frontal lobe. I heard someone say, because there's nothing going on. It's just right. So I don't agree with that. I think it's much more difficult when you're younger, and it takes time. There's a reason when we try to find guests and we try to find hosts and so on, we have trouble finding young people who have a lot of experience, because with time you get the experience and you get the development, the character development needed, right? So I don't think so. It's gonna take some time, and I think it's because when you're young, you don't have as many responsibilities and stuff. Maybe later on you have a family or a kid to take care of, whatever.
But there's go on. Sorry. Go on.
So you can literally you can just bet more, right? You can just
YOLO.
Pretty much. You take a shot, but you can't do that later on. But that's a good and a bad thing, because a bad thing, if it goes like me, then you will end up in debt and you will lose a lot of money, right?
Yeah, but
before you learn it.
This is interesting here, because I have a feeling, because in the trading space, trends are changing. I also talked about this in my channel as well. Like about 20 years ago, when Forex was breaking into the retail space and everybody was able to trade a Forex account from a MetaTrader platform and all that such. But then the prop firms came in at the late 2010 years, and the trends are changing now. What I want to say is that back then, about 20 years ago, the youngsters back then, they wanted to learn how to trade those accounts, how to sustain those accounts, how to preserve capital, how to properly, at least that they were trying, because that was the goal. But nowadays, because prop firms are so popular and it's a huge industry right now, I feel like the youngsters, the young traders, they like, and don't take it on yourself, Magnus, because it's amazing what you just said, but I think that they are looking at the prop firm space, like how to quote unquote game the prop firm space, not to be like a trader, like, hey, give me an account, doesn't matter if it's 10K, 5K, $100,000. I'm going to maintain that account. I'm going to, build that account up, and I'm going to consistently take money from that one specific account, because like 20 years ago, that was the quote unquote goal for the traders. But now I feel like the trend is changing, and they want to go with the different kind of game theories. Like, how is it possible to pull out that $1,000 or $2,000 from the funded account, and then I'm just going to reset and try again? And this is like a totally different mentality or goal for traders. Like, is this a good thing? Is this a bad thing? Is this thing can be acceptable being as a trader? Can this thing be a goal? Are the prop firms going to be here? I mean, obviously, I think they're going to be here 5 days, 10 years from now. It's a fact. But is this thing something that someone should pursue? Like, hey, I want to be a prop firm trader. I don't care about, babysitting one cash account. I just want to be a prop firm trader. I'm going to do anything I can to game the system and pull out a couple of payouts here and there. I'm just seeing that this is a trend changing. It's a hot topic. Yeah.
It should be a debate topic, actually, maybe for tomorrow. But but I think there is like one side which says that, okay, right, it's as you say, they are trying to gamify the thing, and it sort of is like a sandbox within trading itself, right? And it can teach some bad habits, because as we talked about, you can just blow it up repeatedly and you can just buy a new account. And that can be both a good and a bad thing. But the good thing here is, first of all, when it comes to how long the prop firms will stick around, I have very credible sources. It's growing and it's flourishing, right? And MyFundedFutures is very, very, very compliant and working towards like expecting the regulations. If they come, we are prepared, right? That's the first thing. So, but when it comes to this gamifying aspect, I mean, the thing is, prop firms, they are still kind of a new thing. And with everything new, there exists an inefficiency. And inefficiency, what does it mean? Well, it usually means an opportunity. An opportunity means money, which means you can make a lot of money. And that's true. And you can have 5 MyFundedFutures accounts, and like, it doesn't cost a whole lot compared to what you have to put into a brokerage account, right?
Yeah. True.
Also, I just want to say this before I leave. I need to pick some winners very soon. I don't want to drag on too long, so it's gonna be 10 winners. So I have the names. So Abhishek, if you could put on slow mode, please, and go on, Terry.
Oh, okay. Real quick, I just wanted to share this math with you. The 5,000 that I mentioned that I had taken from my payouts because I had such a big month last year. I took $5,000, I put it into a live account, and it was gone within a few days. And afterwards, I felt like, I could have taken that money, and how many evals could I have purchased with that? I've never done the math, and I just did the math. $5,000 divided by $77, so core accounts, I could have purchased over 64 of them. So that puts things into perspective.
Yeah, and then we think about like, what is without the flex add-on, what is your max payout with the core account? Well, it's $1,000, right? Yeah. And after the split, you get to $800, and the cost is $77. So that's a 10x ROI right there. If you get one payout, so out of the what did you say, 64 accounts? How many payouts would you have been able to get? Right? That's the real question.
Oh yes.
So it's even actually, I don't want to make you feel bad or something, but it could even be worse than you think, because there's also an opportunity cost.
Too late.
And that's what I thought about when it comes to the prop firm space and futures. I love it. All right, I'm gonna pick some winners, chat. All right,
let's go winners. I love it. 50K core accounts.
The way, yes, that's correct. And the way this will work is you have to be around. And now it should be easier, because if you have the stream on in the background, at least you will hear me speaking, right? So, but if you're not around, Abhishek, he will do a reroll of those who, let's say 3 are missing, then he will do a reroll. He will give you a couple minutes to claim it, and you have to respond. And please, if you can, tag Abhishek, right? Because it makes it easier for us to find it. All right, here we go. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck, everyone. So yeah, it's an interesting thing. This is why I was saying, like, the trends absolutely changed, or at least we have new trends here. And so, as you were saying, it's not necessarily a bad thing or a good thing. Now, maybe about a few years ago, I would have said like, hey, maybe it's not the best thing if you're just trying to game these kind of systems in the prop firm space. But you know what? Because as you said, the prop firm industry is flourishing, and we're really this is going to be even exponentially bigger than it is right now. I feel like it's going to, a new generation of traders, especially from the youngsters, are going to appear, who are going to be like quote unquote traders, as they are going to. And I have no better word for this, but they're trying to game the system, and they're going to stay on the prop firm space. And there's going to be a different type of, trader class, I would say, which are going to be the classic, not like old people or whatever, but they're going to go for the classic way. And hey, I'm just going to look for steady, like steady profits on the same account. Like in this example, like I'm going to bring up Ash Trades here because, he still has that live account and he's just constantly taking those profits. Now, that is something I always wanted to achieve, like, managing 1 or 2 or 3 accounts, not like 20 or 50 or whatever, like having 2 or 3, fairly big enough funded accounts, live accounts even, and then just managing those and constantly taking payouts. Still, until today, that's one of my biggest goals. So that's it, just saying. Interesting. Like, I'm just interesting to see like how much the industry changed so far in the past 10, 20 years. It's just so crazy. Like, oh my gosh, 20 years. Like in 2007 was the first time I saw Forex trading. And I was trading in 2007 with a little bit of a money. Like I was, oh my gosh, I'm old. So anyway, that was a long time ago. And so many things have changed ever since then. Yeah.
I mean, we really take this space for granted because they used to have to call, like, to get an order, like to place an order, like buy or sell. They had to call in, like with the phone and wait in line. Like that was. I can't imagine that. And the commissions were sky high.
It was like $50 at one point, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now we just, but it's again, it's a different, like, because it's so easy for us to press a trade as well, right? I mean, it may be a bad thing as well. Right, because if we are tilted, we just have to press a button, right? So before we are going to have a new guest, by the way, and I will drop a form very early when he comes in. Straight as we switch into him, I will start working on a new form, just for your information. But before I leave, do you have any questions? Right, because I haven't read the chat that much. I saw a lot of regulars in the chat, but I can't call you all out. But if you have any questions for us, go ahead.
Yeah, definitely. If you guys want to ask the man himself, aka Magnus, here he is. So, so very interesting topics, and it's amazing that you hopped on again, and thank you for your time because it was great conversation. And as Terry said, that theory that you posted on your Twitter, that is also amazing. Amazing content, amazing topic. So I mean, I have thought about a lot of things with regards to prop firm trading and trading in itself. I have a lot of thoughts to share, but it's going to take a while to go through them. And also I don't remember them, but at times I remember them, and sometimes I don't. So right now, like I said, it's all quiet on the frontal lobe. There's nothing going on there, right? So also, I just want to comment, like, it's unbelievable you're still in this trade, both of you. Terry, did you take a new one?
No, this is original. I did move my stop a little higher because the bracket is $100 is this bracket, automatic bracket I have. And then when price was pushing a little bit, I did move my stop to be above this pivot here. Yeah, this is the original trade and no re-entry on this trade.
Well, I'm still, in the same position. I was expecting a little bit more movement here. Honestly, really, I thought that, hey, after 10 a.m., this will start to show some movement. But now, this is just a low probability trade right now. So no problem. It's fine. But no news driver. So, but I'm going to hold this one. We'll see what happens.
I'm going to hold mine, Tom.
Okay.
Last time Tom beat me. I want to beat Tom so bad.
Well, the battle never ends.
I mean, it's interesting. It makes a lot of sense. Another thing I try to focus on in my trading is just try to make sense of it all as much as possible. It makes a lot of sense. I mean, when you have a large move, are you really going to expect it to continue going up? I mean, it could, or it could reverse, but usually we get some consolidation. sometimes I want you to pay attention to some time intervals. 10:30, right? That's first time interval. And this is not some macro algorithmic stuff, right? I have actually looked at the statistics, but 10:30 is usually a pretty interesting pivot. Like it tends to put in a pivot at that time. I wouldn't be surprised if it, maybe it was a little bit early. Okay, today was 9:50, but 10:30 tends to be a pretty interesting pivot, and 12 o'clock, like when we get into lunch, a lot of days when we have ran a lot, it just tends to die off, right? So 10:30, 12, depending on the day, it usually tends to die off. And this is, I just want to show this before we go, because this is actually based on statistics. When you have this 4-hour candle, which starts trading at 10 o'clock, right? 10 a.m. Eastern time, the low of the wick, let's say it's a bullish candle, it tends to form between 10 and 10:50. That's usually when you tend to have the wick. So if you think about it, if you're looking for longs, your long should be in the first 50 minutes of that candle, like 10 to 10:50. And the high tends to be on average at 12:25. That's some interesting facts for you. And
so interesting.
And I think a lot of more people, like, I know ICT talks about like time and stuff, right? It's always time and price, but really time puts everything into context. It's not about an algorithm or anything like that, but everything matters. Time of the day, time of the week, the month, and so on. There was just an interesting piece of information. So guess what, Terry? We have Afiz.
Hey,
Afiz is here.
Should we welcome him? What do you think?
Definitely need to.
I'm so excited.
Let's see.
Come on down, Afiz.
Afiz, hello, the man. You're still muted. Don't worry, but we can see. Now you're good. Now you're good. Welcome, man.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name's Afiz. I've been trading index futures for probably around 6 years now, so a long time. I came from that kind of ICT camp, back in 2022 when I found his work. But before then, I was trading everything else, just been tinkering around in the markets. I think it was the pandemic, maybe 2020, and like the GameStop and kind of me being at home in college that really got me into trading. And then, I've been trading specifically the index futures market. And I've been teaching my own students, and I kind of have my own socials these days. And I'm excited to be on this segment. I'm excited to kind of share some of my knowledge and hopefully take some winning trades with you guys.
Master energy there. Wow. Multitasking, teaching, trading, everything. That is amazing, man.
Absolutely. It helps on a day like today, where I don't have to look too much at the markets. If you can see here, the way I trade, when I look at the markets on a day like today, there's almost nothing for me. So we can focus on some other stuff today.
Yeah, we're so excited. I have your YouTube channel pulled up. It's at XYJ Trades. And I see a ton of educational videos, super helpful about reversals, how to time expansions, advanced premium and discount sequence. Lots of information. We're so excited to have you here, and we will pass the baton to you so you can take it away.
Awesome,
Definitely.
guys. All right. So let's take a look at some of the charts we have today. So you guys can see my screen, correct?
Yes.
Let me just do the transition here, and then we will let you hand over the mic.
Oh yeah, we just have you have the floor, and we're just gonna say goodbye, and you will have the whole floor to yourself.
Just one more question. Just one more question. How old are you, man?
I am 26 years old.
Oh, just as old as
I'm
me,
resigning
then.
officially.
Yeah, there's a lot of us young bucks.
It's the new generation now. Yeah,
that's what I was talking about.
Absolutely. I've been told I look a bit younger, but 26. Definitely been doing this for a while, but there's a lot of young people in the scene these days. I saw Leo invest the other day here. I actually got to know him personally last year. He's a great kid, and he's even younger than me. So
it's wonderful.
Cool, man.
Wonderful. It's our time. We are taking over, Tom and Terry. It's our time.
We are taking over. Hey, Tom and I are young.
Yeah, in my soul, I'm still. But yes.
All right, Aviz, we are going to
take it away.
Awesome,
Bye,
guys. All right.
Let
me hop into this chart and show you guys kind of what I was expecting for today and kind of what we've seen so far. So realistically, on this daily candle, you can see I haven't positioned myself in anything on the index futures yet, simply because this daily candle offers a majority of expansion in the overnight session, right? So when I'm looking at a chart like this, I posted a trade recap, on my own socials from yesterday as to what I was looking for. When I'm looking at a chart like this, realistically, I'm anticipating that price is going to trade into this low here on NASDAQ, right? That was my draw on liquidity is what we call it, ICT traders. So I was anticipating that we'd see some sort of open, high, low close of this daily candle. Now, what we ended up actually seeing was quite the opposite, right? We saw price fail to take out this previous day low on all assets and then open with a very small wick and expand higher. Now, the issue with that coming into the session then is that if you can see here, I don't really have any swings, right, to form a trade idea around. I don't have any 4-hour swings specifically, which I look for. The only thing I have is the YM at 6 a.m. coming in below the previous 4-hour candle, making this, divergence, what we call it, SMT divergence, and then expanding aggressively, right? And if you look at this on the YM, again, it's very one-sided expansion, right? There's no reaccumulation. There's not much opportunity for me to get re-involved. At the same time, what I see is NASDAQ trade into these, short-term highs. These are not the highs we have marked out on the higher time frame, right? These higher time frame highs. However, it trades into these short-term highs, and then it really just starts to chop around here, right? We're seeing this consolidation in here. And because of that, there's not really much opportunity for me to get involved. There's my model doesn't really support much on there. So for me on a day like today, I just kind of stay flat. If you guys know my trading strategy, maybe I could put some risk on eval. I think I did put some risk on eval up at this level up here, but there's nothing really I'm too interested on a funded account for, right? Trading with my own capital in this range. And what I'm looking for now to see is if price, continues to expand higher in this 4-hour candle, or if we end up, creating a 4-hour swing here on something like the NASDAQ or the S&P, right? So that's kind of my perspective on the market today. Not too interesting, unfortunately. I wish there was more I could go through with you guys today, and that would be fun, and we'd be able to do it together. But on a day like today, realistically, there is not much for me to do, right? But yeah, I don't look at other markets. I know some traders trade things like gold and they trade things like metals and commodities. I'm more so just interested in these futures. And this daily candle for me is not the most interesting. But what we can do maybe is I can break down maybe a couple of other trades I've taken, in the past. And I can give you some perspective as to what that looks like, right? And how I would approach trading those daily candles on, a better day where we get more of a framework for that. So let's take a look at this daily candle. Maybe we can actually just keep doing a tape read of this price action as well in the meantime, right? So what we're seeing here is that price comes into these equal highs, and we're really failing to do any sort of manipulation of these highs, meaning we're not forming a reversal signature. And because we're failing to reverse at these highs, this is a continuation signature higher. So what I believe the market will do, right, is tend towards these higher time frame highs I have marked out. You can see we come into this high and we fail to manipulate. We fail to V-shape, right? All assets continue to expand. And this candle in here, we can view more or less as a retracement, right? So if we're retracing into the close of 6 a.m., then 10 a.m. can open and then expand higher, right? So really what we're seeing right now is that next phase of expansion in the market. And we can kind of track how that plays out. For me, it's too far in the range for me to personally trade it. So I won't take any trades on that, but we can watch it. Right. And you could see like the draw on liquidity in this case is going to be the S&P trading into those highs and the NASDAQ trading into these highs, right? And you can see the proximity to these highs really supports this idea where we see that YM probably won't reach all the way up in here today, but the S&P most definitely could if it continues to expand, right? So there's that idea. Let me pull up the YouTube stream as well so I can answer any questions. Give me 1 second. We have a new streaming platform today, so I just had to adjust on the fly this morning. There you go. Perfect. Awesome. I can now look at the chat here and I can answer any questions you guys have as well. Can you please talk about your setup? What platform do you trade? I usually trade through NinjaTrader or Tradeovate. I use Windows, right, on my Mac, so it's Parallels. That allows me to, run both my Mac for my charting software and then my PC side for my trading software. So that's kind of what setup I use. So right here, you're seeing like my Mac side. This is going to be like my trading view, which is like the predominant software I'm going to be using, right, for all my trades, or like to chart, for example, all my trades. And And then you're going to see, for example, after, right, if you see my broker, you're going to see like I have Trade-Evade and NinjaTrader on my Windows side, which helps. Let's see what other questions we have. I learned a lot from last lives of fees, and now I'm funded now. That's amazing, dude. What are you funded with? Are you funded with MyFundedFutures? And what size accounts are you funded with? Is the better question. What should the buffer be? I don't know the buffer question. I'm actually traveling at the moment, so my setup is one screen. So if you see me kind of peering back and forth between setups, it's because I'm trying to look at the chat and I'm also trying to answer questions. So I have all my screens on one single laptop. What are your thoughts on the opening range break mixed with gap retracements? So I typically trade just pure ICT strategies, right? I have my entire model you can find on YouTube. And the opening range break is not a concept I utilize extensively. So I mostly focus on trading, reversal candles in the market. I have my last YouTube video goes pretty deep into my model and kind of how I utilize that logic to trade reversals. But what I'll look for is the formation of swings in the market, right? So for anyone who knows kind of that ICT school of thought, you're going to know exactly what I mean when I say that. We're looking to frame these swings in the market. And when we frame these, high probability reversals or swings, that's when you'll usually see me get involved. And I align that with the New York Open session in most cases, right? So for example, a day like today, you can see the reason why I don't have great framework in here is because the only swing I can frame for this session is this 1 hour swing right in here, right? And this 1 hour swing, if I look at my range, right, from my low to my high, it's so deep in this range that I prefer not to take any sort of continuation entries up here without a retracement, right, back into premium or discount in this case. So that's like a very simple ICT concept where we use premium and discount concepts. So yeah, this is kind of one of those days where when the market opens up and we're so far away from our daily open, look at the S&P. Right, let's look at this logic. I want to see the S&P trade into this high. Now, if we look at our daily open, it's all the way down here, right? And I don't have a great swing formation, right, in any of these 4 hour candles, meaning you can see no candle takes out the previous candle low. The only time this happens is with the YM right here in this retracement, okay? So the S&P forms this SMT divergence. Now, if you look here after that, it's extremely choppy, right? There's no fair value gaps. There's no displacement in the market. So at this point in time, right, when I see this kind of price action, I can know it's going to go higher here, but it's hard for me to get involved in it, right? As opposed to other days where I have a clean framework, right? And you guys can study my model. It's on YouTube. I posted a video yesterday as to how I would trade that. It is very choppy. It's funny. It's my first day on MyFundedFutures TV, and I get a choppy session. Sorry if I missed this. How much does quarterly theory impact my trading strategy? Not extensively. I do use concepts like precision swing points, where you'll see, for example, here on the 1 hour chart, right? If we're going to trade higher, we're going to look at 3 correlated assets, right? The S&P, the NASDAQ, and the Dow Jones. And you can see in this candle here at 9 a.m., price forms this up close doji, right? So it expands and then retraces. Whereas on the NASDAQ, we actually form this down close candle, right? So we reverse off this high and we take out, right? Or we take out the high and then we close the down close candle. Now in the next candle, which opens the new 4 hour open at 10 a.m., you can see we run that candle's low. So this would be called a 2-stage precision swing point. Now that's just fancy terminology, but that's another way we can qualify a swing forming, right? And then for me, a trade idea, right, if I like the structure more, would be taking the opposing candle closures like this, entering there, putting my stop loss here, and then targeting the high, right? So we can watch this idea play out over my segment. Now, the only reason why I'm staying out of this is because I don't like what I'm seeing on the other assets, right? I don't like this very choppy seek and destroy type of profile on NASDAQ, right? It doesn't mean that this trade will not deliver, from here to here. That would be a, entry technique I've shown you guys, if you guys have watched any of my stuff. It just means that the profile for the market isn't really aligned too well, right? I mean, this asset here doesn't look like it wants to reverse after taking out the lows, right? So if we look at this idea and we say, okay, NASDAQ's running out this low and now it wants to trade higher, I want to see some expansion here. Right now, I'm just seeing this range, right? And because it's quite choppy, it's not going to lend any asset to expand well, right? So if I see NASDAQ start to respect these down close candles, and maybe we start to do something like this, creating, right, higher lows, well, then we can see that this market can also expand, right? So this is called profiling, which is really important, right? It's more important than just like entry techniques and patterns. See some more questions. Fees, I trade a combination of ICT and volume profiles. Have you ever heard about that combination? Yeah, actually, one of my really successful students, he trades volume profiles as well. And he does a fantastic job looking at like depth of market and level 2 data. So yeah, absolutely. You can definitely combine those two concepts. What was your aha moment? I mean, the ultimate aha moment in trading is truly like risk management and understanding your strategy quite well, right? Once you understand your strategy, right, and once you have a solid strategy, then you just have to apply good risk management behind that strategy, and that's where you can really find success, right? So that's what I would say is the aha moment, is understanding a good strategy in the market. And then once you have a good strategy in the market, really understanding what that strategy is and looks like, then after you can start to, scale up your capital, get more funded accounts, for example, right? There's really good opportunities these days with prop firms to do that. And that's kind of where the magic lies these days, is scaling up your capital and your strategy, right? Once you optimize it. So you can see here, right? The reason why I don't take that long here is because this profile, despite the pattern that forms, I'm not convinced that this 10 a.m. candle here on NASDAQ wants to actually trade higher, right? If you look at it, we're really, really choppy. We're failing to displace above old highs on the S&P, come back in the range, right? And NASDAQ has all of these lows down here, right? So right now we're just range bound and we're consolidating. And because of that, and because I'm bullish, right, it's hard for me to get involved in price, really. Let me open up some more questions. Do you copy trade? Yeah, I do. So I use a group trade feature on my accounts, just like probably a lot of you guys do as well, to group them all up. And then, it just helps to allocate risk across all my accounts, right? You guys probably do something very similar, I assume. I'm assuming. I don't know if that's true, but I'm assuming. Right? I'm looking at the market seeing if there's anything I can take here, but really I just don't see anything at all, guys. A part of me wants to see the lows taken, right? These lows down here. However, it's just really choppy right now. Fees, what do I do when this type of chop happens? The hardest thing to do is actually sit on your hands and not trade, right? Like, you can anticipate a lot of moves in the market and you can want to see certain things. Like for me, like I would like to see NASDAQ trade into these lows, but I don't have great framework for it, right? At the moment, you can see I can frame longs and shorts. The same logic I gave to you guys about a minute ago on longs also is exactly identical for the sell side, right? Or to shorts. Look, we have this up close candle, a precision swing point here, right? Bullish candle, bearish candle. Then we see this 10 a.m. on the ES run out, right? The high of the 9 a.m. candle and reverse, okay? So this could be allowing NASDAQ to now trade lower into all of these lows. And another entry technique that you could take, look, is appearing on the other side of the market. When your model forms on both sides of the market, look, this would be the entry technique right here, guys. Right? Shorting this closure and targeting that low. The risk to reward isn't fantastic here either. But the thing is when the market's showing you techniques on both sides, right? Typically, that's how you know you're in a consolidation, right? That's how I know that I'm trading consolidations for the most part. And that's why I usually stay out of those market conditions. Yeah, a big part of the game, guys, is monitoring like what days fit your edge, what days you want to trade, what days you don't. Like, look how high resistance this is. If, for example, this low was going to be delivered, you would not want to see such a large wick here, right? Signatures like this are what also make me realize that, market has a specific intention. And today it's not to deliver with low resistance runs. And low resistance runs are just when price moves, like it trends. And we can look left, right? So let's see if that delivers in here. Look left, right? Market's trending, right? We're respecting gaps and we're going higher, right? If I drew out this on the higher time frame, you see, we come into a gap, we expand away from it. We come into a gap here, fair value gap, we expand away from it. Look at this, right? We do not respect this gap in here. Instead, we spend the majority of the first 2 hours of the day trading within a range. We form sweeps to the highs and sweeps to the lows with divergence. So all of these concepts, right, when applied holistically together, you can see like, well, there's not a lot of opportunity, right? It's hard to define where your stop loss goes and where you want to put your take profit because the market's leaving these failure swings at the range, right, extremes. And that's something you learn with a lot of time in the market, right? You learn that your edge has specific conditions. And when, the market's not providing those conditions, you want to stay liquid or stay cash. I promise you guys in the future, we'll be able to take some trades together and I'll be able to really walk you through kind of my model. But on a day like this, the most I could teach you is really comes down to, not doing anything. And that's a lesson you got to learn as a trader as well. Right? It took me a long time to learn as well. I'm happy to answer questions and engage with you. I'm going to be here, right, for many streams. So I'm really happy to kind of go back and forth with you guys and answer what questions you have. And then if you guys see some of the trades I take on the days where I do trade or on days where I can do a trade breakdown, that'd be great, right? And I think a great place for you guys if you guys are interested in how I trade, right, which relies a lot on these fractals and a lot on, you probably heard of the fractal model by T-Trades, right? He's been on the channel before, or he's made some appearances in the chat. You can learn a lot more from my YouTube and stuff like that. I'll also tell you why I stay out of days like this, right? So let's see if price wants to come into this 4 hour low, right? That's what we're kind of looking at. Again, very high resistance. High resistance meaning price is not expanding in one direction. Consolidating, forming very large wicks, right, for these candles. Hafiz, could you please tell me how to interpret when you write in your analysis? Failure to manipulate. Oh, great question. Yeah. A failure to manipulate is a very specific language used when we do not form a reversal. So here is a great example for you guys. I want you to look at this low in here, okay? That we talked about for potentially going long. So do you see how the market comes into this low down here and forms some sort of divergence? I'm going to use just a black line here. You guys will be able to see between these lows. At one point in time, guys, this means that the 10 a.m. candle, right, has formed a divergence at the low. Now, what happens here? Are we reversing? Well, if we're reversing, what we're going to be seeing is a V-shaped recovery, right? And we're going to see higher lows be created and the market respect down close candles. Interestingly enough, you see the market doesn't respect down close candles, like we talked about, and we're not getting that strong recovery. What instead we're getting is this very choppy type of recovery. that is a failure to manipulate the low, which means that the next low might be targeted. Now we can expand this logic, you know, in multiple cases, right? Let's look at a real manipulation or a reversal, right? So when the market trades into this here, look at this gap right in here, okay? Get rid of my chart for a second so you guys can have a clear chart. So the market here trades into this low inside of a gap. If you guys know my trading strategy, you're going to know I'm looking for some sort of divergence between correlated assets in here. And what will you know? What do you see in here, right? At this low, we form a precision swing point, right? So look, this candle in here that forms the low is a precision swing point. If terminology is complex, I have a lot of explanations on my YouTube, and you'll learn more just from watching me trade. So now we're expecting price to expand away from this low. That would be a manipulation or a reversal. Well, what are we going to see? That V shape, right? Look. And then what is going to be created? Fair value gaps. And what is going to be respected? Down close candles, right? So this here is a manipulation and reversal. What is not a manipulation or reversal is when price does something like this. Look, we come into the low, same low, YM starts to consolidate, then it runs the low here, continues to consolidate, right? These are not reversal signatures. Here is a reversal signature when we form that sharp displacement. So that's what I mean when I say failure to reverse. Now let's look at this 4-hour candle. You can now see the NASDAQ, right? Despite how bullish it looks in the S&P, we've come into this gap, right? And this is the idea that consecutive expansion candles, let me turn on my fan here. Consecutive expansion candles in the market, right, are not going to support, you know, more expansion. So when we see the market do this, right, and expand for 1, 2, 3 candles, I'm always going to be looking for some sort of counter of that next candle. Now you can see YM in here indeed manipulates the low of the previous candle. So this asset is allowed to expand. When we do not manipulate the low, do not manipulate the low, do not manipulate the low, it's hard for me to look for longs up in here. I'm instead going to wait for some sort of sequence, right? In this case, it's going to be some sort of continuation sequence away from this gap. So we're going to be watching. Are we reversing from this gap? Well, what do we want to see? A strong recovery, right? That V shape that I talked to you about. So if we see that V shape recovery, then we know that we're going to be trading away from this, and we do have a divergence, right, at that low. So you can see, if I mark out the same gap on the S&P, S&P fails to reach into the gap, the NASDAQ does, so we're going to be watching. What do you think I don't like here if you know how I trade? Don't like how NASDAQ leaves these equal lows in here, right? That's not going to be an ideal sequence for me to trade a reversal away from, because this is a failure swing, right? We come into this low, but look how close we are to this low. So I'm really going to have to see a price V shapes here if I want to trade away from that low. And these are signatures we look on the lower time frames, right? So look, you can see we've closed through this candle. We should be now expanding away from this candle, right? And respecting all the opposing candles if we're going to. If not, it's highly likely, right? Like, look at this. Highly likely price comes in and runs this low. Now, again, leaves another failure swing here, right? So I'm not really interested in trading away from this until I get confirmation that we're not going to go for this low. Ideally, you know, now, given all these really tight failure swings of this low, right, we would see the NASDAQ come in and trade into it. Here is, especially with this wick, here is where I'd be quite cautious, be a red flag, right, to trade away from those lows. You can see, right, we put in that failure swing and we start to expand away. What other questions do we have? If market is choppy, what do you do outside the market? I teach. I have my own students. And in addition to teaching, I also get outside, right? I have other hobbies outside of the charts. I mean, I like to trade, obviously, right? And it sucks when like the market doesn't offer me a day where I can trade like this. But I know my edge, right? And I know how it appears in the market, and it doesn't look like this. Afiz, did you take trades in New York Open only? Yes. I only trade during the New York Open. So 9 a.m. to around 11 a.m. Right, there's a lot of volatility right now on the lower time frame. You can see, right, away from this low. Again, this is something again I don't like. Right, I don't like trading away from this type of failure swing in the market, which again keeps me sidelined. Right, certain signatures that we demand. I think it's crazy that we left that one tick failure swing. I think we'll see if the market wants to come back into it. We are reacting out of a 4-hour fair value gap here, right? This slow. If that is the manipulation, then again, what we'd be looking for is to see if we can close above these down close candles, in which case I would look to take a long on the S&P, right? I'd want to see the S&P trade into its key level, which would be all the way up here. So this is a type of entry, right, that I would generally call a reversal entry. Right? And as long as I can get above 1.5 R to my pool of liquidity, which I'm targeting, that's where I generally take an entry like that. Now on this day, I'm not going to, because as I just said, right, we have the failure swings, but we can tape read this together. So you see the setup here is that price comes into this 4-hour gap on one asset, the NASDAQ, and we put in this divergence. Okay, this is called an SMT fill. Once we have this SMT fill forming inside the gap, I drop down and I profile this candle with a lower time frame swing. You can see I have a 15-minute swing formation in here, 30-minute swing formation in here. So this 1 hour, right, is a swing formation. So if price was to aggressively close through these opposing candles, that's how I know we're in a buy program, and we can look to long. Right? Pull up the chat. Let's see what else there is. How is 7035 a key level? Well, 7036.75 is the all-time high on ES. Okay. So that would be, if you look at this weekly chart, the ES opening, forming a large wick, and then expanding back into that high that it created at the opening of the week. Right, look at the daily chart. We see Tuesday form a high, trade away from it. Then we diverge at these lows down here, you can see, with the Dow Jones. Dow Jones does not take out that low, and then we'd see price trade back and fly. Again, I won't take this trade personally because we're so far in the range. We're so high in this range, and I really don't like the profile of the day. However, this is quite a mechanical entry, right, for my model. This is a day where all types of traders just have a bad one. Absolutely. Yeah, this is a day it's very tough to engage. Very dangerous if you're, trading these lower time frames, right? What is your setup and strategy? I have a full couple of strategy videos on my YouTube, actually. So you can just head on over to my YouTube and you'll be able to find my entire strategy pretty much, right? And I show you exactly how I trade. Why trade ES and not NQ? The reason why I trade ES to the all-time highs, if I was going to take this trade and not the NASDAQ, is because if I look at the profile, right, for this candle, right, this 4-hour candle I'm currently trading in, I see the ES diverge bullishly with this 4-hour gap. I also see, right, that in this reversal, look at this wick that's forming. Okay. The reversal signature I get here, the V shape, it's much better on the S&P. It's actually quite good on Dow as well, right? Where you can see we close strong through these opposing candles. So the Dow is also an excellent idea to reach into its highs. In fact, that's probably the best trade because you can see it already shifted above that high, right? So this idea on the Dow is actually a fantastic trade. I think if you were in ES, you'd want to be taking off your position when Dow hits its all-time high up here, right? So that's kind of that logic. NASDAQ here, you can see, is failing to close above this candle, right, before these other assets do, right? So that's kind of your logic there, my friend. How many trades a day do you take? Between 1 and 2 trades a day. Not too many, actually, right? Thoughts on inversion fair value gaps. And inversion fair value gaps are something I use as entry techniques, but it's more important for me to establish swing formations. And then any entry is valid, right? You could use an inversion fair value gap like this. You could use a change in the state of delivery. You could use a retest of a fair value gap. I think all entry techniques become much more permissible or valid once you have an established swing to trade away from, right? So for me in here, you can see I have this swing that I'm trading away from on the 4-hour chart. Now we have this divergence inside the gap, which is very high probability, right? A divergence inside of a gap is very high probable. And now I'm seeing this V shape. Look at this V shape recovery. Remember I talked about that? You want to see price expand away from that divergence. That tells you that that swing is going to hold. And then you could take whatever entry technique you want to see in this range, right? You can go down a time frame. There's an inversion fair value gap, say, for example, here. Maybe if you use a 1-minute chart even, you'll be able to see a fair value gap that gets retested, right? No fair value gap's been retested in here yet, but you have this 1-minute CISD. Right? So there's lots of different entry techniques you can take once you're on side. The one I generally use is the one I've shown you on the chart, which is a change in the state of delivery. Simple, right? For me, like, opposing candles tell a really good story. So now you can see all assets have closed through this opposing candle sequence. These down closed candles into that level. So now I would expect expansion, right? If we're going to trade towards the highs, we want to see expansion now. And those candles be respected. Right? I think YM looks the absolute best here, actually. To expand higher, right? Closest to its draw on liquidity as well. But NASDAQ, you can see, has all these highs up here too, right? You can see this down close candle on the 5-minute here is what we expect price to respect now if we're going to trade higher. That would be what we anticipate. So this would be an entry, right, for me on the S&P. And likewise in the NASDAQ, right? So what it would look like. You can see here YM gives you the best risk to reward as well, right? What's the safest and most sustainable risk model? Risking about 10% of your available drawdown per trade on a funded account gives you 10 bullets, right? 10 losing trades. I think that's quite sustainable in the long run. Yep. That's what I would generally suggest. I am quite bullish. I would like to see, you know, this high delivered. It's just we're so high in this daily range. I'm longing like the high of the day essentially, right? Which is not an ideal sequence for me personally. I guess there were some winners announced. Sorry, I just saw that. Is anyone long here? I mean, this is mechanical, right? So this is something that, again, it's a good long from a structure standpoint. I just don't like the profile of the daily candle, right? So if I, again, zoom out, I don't like how high in the range we are, but I do believe that if any asset's going to reach into this high, it'll be the YM. It just has a lot of strength here, right? You can see, look how fast we close above this down close candle here. The YM here is definitely giving the best signature, right? So if there was going to be an account to do it, it would be the YM, I believe, right? There's going to be an asset to do it. Thank you guys for showing up, guys. I hope you guys learned something today, right? I haven't been able to take many trades or any trades at all, actually, but I hope you can see why I'm not trading and you've learned something about my analysis, right? Not every day will be like this. We picked a good one for my first stream, pretty boring one. I think these types of markets are quite boring, guys. If you look at this, like when you open the market at 9:30 and you just look like this, right? These are pretty, I always say they're unintuitive because you think one thing's going to happen and then, you know, we just kind of spend a lot of time ranging, right? But this is the best idea I think that the market has right now. If you were able to take an idea that looks like this, I think it's a very good one. Right? You can see a really large divergence between the previous 4-hour candles. Right, look at this. These lows, and then a really nice V-shaped recovery here on the Dow. Capital preservation is key, especially on days like today, right? Yeah. How'd you guys do today? What did you guys take? I usually just take a market. So if I'm going to enter on a trade, I'll just take a closure of, like, for example, on this trade, I would just take a closure of this candle here. So I'd be entered here. And then if it expands too far away from these opposing candles like this, I'll just wait, see if it retests or if there's a gap that's created. There's lots of ways to get involved. Again, if you go to my YouTube channel, I kind of outline my whole strategy and the ways I get involved. But the more important thing is to recognize, you know, the profile of the daily candle, right? We use 4-hour candles to do that. Let's see. Maybe we'll see by the end of the day if YM hits this high. That would be interesting to me, right? And again, when we see this V-shaped recovery in here, right, on these assets, now we don't want to see a really deep retracement. So if you look at this candle here that reverses, right? Look at this candle in here. That's a reversal candle. So what you don't want to see is the next candle open and make a very deep retracement into the body of this candle. In fact, you would eventually, right, if you've studied some of my material, use something like this as an invalidation, right, which is going to be equilibrium of this previous candle. So if I show you this candle here, extend this out, we don't want to see price really trade past this gap. Right? If it's going to form a low, it's got to form a low in this gap. But again, if we zoom out, right, and that's important, the thing is important to zoom out, you can see that this profile in here is not really supporting expansion. It's very, very choppy. This is what ICT calls a seek and destroy. This asset looks much better, right? This asset looks a bit better, but this asset really looks the best. Fees, why not trading? I've been through it actually, right? I'm just tape reading this one today because I don't like how far in the range, like look at the daily candle. Generally speaking, if I'm going to draw out a range from the low of the daily candle to the high, okay? This is a range, low to where I want to see the daily candle form its high. If I go down and I don't see price offer, look at this. If I don't see price offer some sort of retracement that I want to see in here, you can look. The only opportunity is this trade right in here that I've marked it on my chart, right? This down close candle, fair value gap here, and you can see we diverge with the other assets in this 4-hour low. This is the trade. I just didn't take it because I'm reading tape today. I've like closed off my broker and such, right? But this is a good trade. Right, so I want to see if YM by the end of the, the next couple hours can reach into this 49,903 level. That's the all-time high. So I got about 15 minutes left here on my segment. This is the only trade idea I would have taken today. And yeah, I'm excited to see how it plays out for you guys. If there's any other questions, I can try and answer them. I hope you guys enjoyed my first stream here, right? Giving a like on this video, resharing it. All those things really help. It tells MyFundedFutures you like seeing me on this segment, right? And then it allows me to come back and maybe teach you guys a bit more, trade with you guys, that kind of stuff. I trade 50K accounts for the most part. Yeah. The equity to drawdown ratio for 50K accounts is quite favorable, right? The equity to drawdown just means how much you need to profit over divided by how much you can lose, right? So when this is higher, it's good, right? Typically. 50Ks have the highest equity to drawdown ratio for most firms, right? They give you more profit to buffer ratio. So for most 50Ks, you have something like a 2,500 or 3,000, right? Is how much you need to profit to pass the account or get a payout. And then you can lose 2,500 or 2,000, right? So this equity to drawdown ratio is like 1.5, which is pretty good, right? Some of them at the larger accounts don't get the same drawdown to equity ratios. Yeah. Thank you. Learning a lot. Fantastic, guys. That's why I'm here. Why am I trading this? I got screwed. It is high resistance, right? It's about filtering our trade ideas. But that's something you learn with time. And you'll get better at that, right? As you progress as a trader, you'll get much better at that. But again, this recovery here, right? Look how high resistance these wicks are on NASDAQ. Wicks here on ES. You don't want to see this kind of stuff, right? We're going to expand. We're going to expand away from this low. So keep paying attention to this down close candle, right? To these gaps, because these gaps need to support price if we're going to trade higher. That's how it'll work. Fees, can you trade on dark charts as well? I probably can. I don't know. I think that's only for it's only for Forex guys. I never see futures guys using dark charts. Do you guys? No, yeah, I'm using the white screen, white background, white candlesticks. Very minimalistic, you could say. Yeah, and you guys have my socials there, right? You have my YouTube channel, you have my Twitter. You guys are always free to ask me questions. I try and respond to as many questions as I can on my socials, truly, especially on my YouTube videos. So a lot of the stuff that gets in kind of like the nitty gritty of my strategy type of stuff, you'll see there. That's where probably you're going to learn the most about how I trade, right? So I like the idea of longs, like I said, from the what I have shown on the chart, right? You see this opposing candle sequence on all assets. I like this long the most. This one I have shown on the Dow. Now, I'm personally not in this trade. I'm just reading the tape with you. But this is the best trade, I think, for the assets that were for the indices triad. And that's because you can see YM is in close proximity to its high. It's also diverging quite strong, like bullish divergence at this low. And the signature that we talked about for a reversal, right? Remember where we talked about it on the stream? That V shape is very nice here. You can clearly see we get one candle that closes through all of the opposing candles. That's what you want to see, right? And then the risk to reward for this idea is also quite good, right? It's almost 2R, 1.98 R to this high. That's a very good idea, right? Typically speaking, I only take trade ideas if they offer above a 1.5 risk to reward. So you can see here on the S&P, 1.7 on the NASDAQ, the same idea using the same entry technique would not have as good of a risk to reward, right? 1.3. And that's because NASDAQ makes a deeper retracement, right? So in this case, how I would trade an asset like NASDAQ is I would demand price come into this gap, then close through another series of opposing candles like this. That would be the entry I would take for NASDAQ if I was going to trade it. I've already told you guys why I'm not trading this asset today. But that would be a continuation trade, right? So when we're in a bullish market, right? So when we flip from delivering towards the sell side to delivering towards the buy side or towards highs, we expect down close candles to support price. That's how we know that we're going to be bullish. If these down close candles are failing to support price, right? That's how you know we're in a higher resistance liquidity run, which we can see here, right? This is extremely choppy. The market doesn't show a lot of intention here, right? So that's kind of a filter that we can use on price. My long position tool color is sure right here. So the stop color is this gray, 12% opacity. Target color is the same gray, 10% opacity. Right? So 4 gray, 3 gray, 10 and 12%. Just so that it's kind of out of the way. And so we can see NASDAQ here is gaining strength away from this reversal, which is nice to see. Let's see if by the end of the day this plays out, right? That's the only thing I'm looking at today, really, right? The white screen is a good omen. So look, NASDAQ here is flipping strength. And we expect that because it manipulated lower. So if the assets are all going to trade higher, we really need to see, like I said, right? We need to see NASDAQ reverse from that low. We have YM trading into this gap that we talked about, right? Same idea as down here with this gap. At this point, because we've spent a lot of time in this small range, what I'd like to see is NASDAQ really, and all indices, I like to see the YM, NASDAQ, ES aggressively start to displace higher. And that means I'd like to see one directional moves, because we spent a lot of time right in here consolidating. So when we consolidate, so we go from this expansion you see here, right, into a consolidation. Now you want to see price give one direction movements, especially after a tight, right? There's an expression that's used by Larry Williams, right? Small ranges lead to large ranges, and large ranges lead to small ranges. And this makes sense because price can only expand so much before it must reconsolidate, right? It must allow more orders to enter the market. So you can see when price is moving one directionally, after a period of consolidation, we want to see one directional price action, right? Towards this next level, which we're starting to see here, right? The market's starting to expand here. You'll see it again. Markets expand, form a small range, expand, right? Form a smaller range, expand, smaller range, right? This is pretty much market structure 101. When we see these smaller ranges, we then expect larger ranges to form on the backs of them, right? And especially look for after price has expanded in one direction and then retraced or consolidated, right? And this is a 15-minute chart, but you can see this logic. Price expands, right? There's still more draws, meaning there's still more lows that we can target. Price forms a small range and then it expands again. These are often called symmetric distributions, right? So imagine if you were able to measure the length of an expansion, then you see something that looks like this. Then you can also expect some sort of symmetric distribution. This is one of the retail concepts that's used by people who trade flags, right? Like bull flags. They look for some sort of symmetric expansion. Right, so now again, look at this logic. We see YM coming into a gap and closing above this down close candle. We expect this down close candle to support price higher. That would make sense, right? Best question for Afiz wins a 50 core funded account. Afiz can pick. Perfect. Let's do it. Do you have a good sleeping routine? Yes. I only trade the New York AM session, guys. So I sleep at night. I don't trade Asia. I don't trade London. I try and get my 8 hours of sleep. What was the worst and main struggle? Overtrading, revenge trading, unable to accept losing days. How do you handle drawdowns? Just keep trading. Take your trades, right? Take the good trades that you want to. Follow your model. Don't deviate from your edge and let your model do the heavy lifting over time, right? It's like asymmetric reward is always going to keep you alive in these markets. What conditions for you not to take a trade? A lot of what I described today, honestly, if you go back and you watch this stream, a lot of the conditions I described today will keep me out of the market. Okay, I think the best question that I've seen so far is from my Reddit quickly. From this person. Let me copy their name. It's UMUT3205. And it's what is the best way to overcome tilting and revenge trading? And like I said, it's sticking to your model, right? So you at UMUT3205, great question. And it's sticking to your model, building a real edge in these markets and then sticking to it, not deviating, right? Trying to remain, disciplined in taking the types of trades you want to and not taking the type of trades that are random. And yeah, if you do those things, you're going to have a lot of success in the long run. First of all, learn a good model. Second of all, really stick to it and, commit some time to learning it. And then, letting time do the heavy lifting, right? You're going to win some trades. You're going to lose a lot of trades too. That's a part of trading, but you just want to make sure your winners are larger than your losers. Okay. I have, I think, 3 more minutes before I wrap up my segment. And yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed this stream today. Okay. If you guys liked this stream, please give a like. It shows MyFundedFutures you like having me on here. Hopefully I get to take a trade next time I'm on here. You know, today was a little bit, as you can see, look at the markets today. Pretty gross, right? Especially the index market. But yeah, let me know if you liked what you saw today. Leave any questions you have in the comments. I'll try and respond to as many as I can. And I will see you guys all next Thursday, 10:30 to 11:30, same time. I didn't answer your question. Put it in the chat one more time, Miss Vishnoy. Sorry, there were so many that came through. It was difficult to read them all. I'll try to respond to that right before I end. But yeah, if you guys liked it, definitely please show me that. Amazing sessions, awesome. Yeah, and check out my YouTube. What did the market teach you the hard way that no book could? The market taught me that the market doesn't care about my feelings. Win or loss, right? The market's going to continue delivering the exact same way. And it's my job to step outside of the way of the market, right? I don't want to step in front of the market. I'm going to get run over. Why do you have so much clarity looking at the charts? I've been doing this for 6 years. And I've spent a lot of time building up a model and an edge and a system over many, many years, right? And I get a lot of passion and fulfillment from teaching others that system these days, because I spent a lot of time learning things that weren't helpful for me as well. Like you probably have as well, right? We've all done that, spending time kind of spinning our tires. So yeah, that's kind of where my passion for teaching comes from. And I hope some of that is shown through today in this 1 hour segment. Awesome, guys. I will see you all next Thursday. Take care, right? And be safe today. Don't do anything silly, okay? Peace.
Charts go insane, you know legends just locked in again. Bull Barbie's got that red hot streak, and methodical man's moves are sleek. Trends don't chase, trends surrender. S&P and NASDAQ, remember her. Stops freeze and profits obey. When these two trade, the game's all played. She once rode a bull straight through a bear market. He timed to pull back before the bell even barked it. It's Bull Barbie and methodical man, the unstoppable legends of the future's land.
Good morning.
Good morning. How's it going?
It's been a really crappy market this morning.
Yeah, very tough, right? Very, very tough. Very tough. Choppy.
I think I'm done with it unless it starts doing something cool.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. Yeah, it's one of those things. So it's not being cool right now. So we'll see what happens.
I was even trying to find something to do on options, and the whole market is just bleh. And I was thinking maybe it's Supreme Court stuff, but I don't even think we're likely to get that tariff decision anytime.
Yeah,
So
did they delay it to today, or was it?
I don't think, no, because they don't meet today. I looked it up. Tomorrow they technically meet, but it's about something else, so it's not likely that they're going to. They could, but it's not that likely.
Yeah. There you go. Nice. I did enter a little bit of a short here on the ES, just being aggressive. We'll see how that works out.
Well, we are at that spot. I did short up there by the 70-10 earlier, but that was long ago and just to make up a loss. So
I'm short from 70.14, just looking for 77,006.
Yeah, we need a Trump tweet. Facts.
Didn't we get one earlier? I thought that's what that rip back up was. I thought that's what someone said.
Good drama.
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't even see anything big come across the news.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I do see where he said something about the EU making more fines on US tech than tax from all the public European tech. So it's unfair to the American tech companies.
Yeah, maybe that's what it was. I don't know. I didn't look into it, so I'm not sure. I might get stopped out here. I moved the stop into break even already, so.
I was in that situation where I'm just getting mixed signals from the market. I'm getting, well, this chart says to go long, this chart says to go short. And in that situation, I like to do nothing.
So, yeah, that's true. Well, Frenchie, I don't know if it pumped it or not. Someone in my chat said that. So they said that came out at the same time that we started pumping. I don't know. We did have like an 80-point 2-minute candle, which in today's price action was pretty odd. Kind of an odd candle. It was out of place. So I don't know. I still think we just pull back a little bit here. Obviously we're bullish, but maybe we run up into the 26K by the end of the day, but we'll see. We had a huge move overnight. Usually when that happens, it's not greatest of price action.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was complaining about this morning too, was the overnight got a really nice move. And so I think we're digesting it now. So good for them. They haven't gotten as many opportunities lately. Hopefully Tom Sabo made all the money.
He might have. You never know. So yeah, the opening range failed me today.
I was about to say, so I had to chill on it a little bit. I had it taking multiple entries on multiple things, but now I have it just taking the first entry on the micro ES and micro NASDAQ. And it lost both of those, so that the bot account lost on the micro ES, it lost $318, and on the micro NASDAQ, $379. So not fun.
It can't lose. Come on.
It kind of had that sign to it too, though, because what happened is one of them went long and one of them went short, and I hate when that happens. A lot of times I'll pull my live accounts from that exact situation. So it did go long on NASDAQ and short on ES.
All right, I'm trailing here. Got my stop down to 1025. We're trailing very, very tight. So Colt said he's long. He's fading me, bro.
Ooh, this is a nice move here, though. We can get below this little area. We could get a big angry candle.
Come on, give me the 06. Give me that slap down to the 06. We're not looking for much here.
Ah,
you rude.
You know you can do it.
Oh, it stopped me out.
It's kind of bouncing off that closer 5-minute trend line, but the delta is not real positive right now.
Yeah, I took it. I trailed it down tight there. I don't know. We did put in a lower high there. There's a big SMT with the NASDAQ as well. There's a bearish SMT. NASDAQ's actually weaker, obviously. But I just, I don't know. I trailed it kind of tight. I don't usually trade the ES all that much, so.
Well, NASDAQ has been, like, not just NASDAQ, but the underlying, the Mag 7's been real ugly today, so.
Yeah, the only trade I really took this morning that made a lot of sense, I got short. I was short biased because we had an SMT at that 4-hour level, and then but I didn't leave the stop where it needed to be. But I did enter short on the failure for NASDAQ to make a new high here. We retested that 15-minute level, and we had a little 2-minute inverse back to the downside. So I did short that for about 40 points. We were up about $365 on our eval. So we've done well, even though the price action's not the greatest. So
I could have stayed dead because I got up on one account and down in another.
Yeah. I did lose on the opening range trade on 5 of my funded accounts, lost 150. So yeah, got to take the good with the bad on that. And I even said it like 2 minutes before the market opened. I was like, I have this feeling that we're going to chop thing and the opening range is not going to work. Should I just bypass it? And I was like, no, I got to take every one. So when reality,
well, you've got on a major win streak though.
Yeah, so that makes it 8 out of 10. I mean, it's fine, right?
That's good.
8 out of its last 10.
Not brainless, because, you know, somebody did have to come up with the idea, but you don't have to think too hard about that trade. 80% win rate, that's great.
the hardest thing you got to think about is not taking any more trades after if it does lose. Right. So
that's why I like automating those things and forgetting about it. I have been meaning to mess with my bot because I can use this. I have settings for the bot, so I can do your orb with my bot.
yeah.
Or Husk's orb. You don't get to claim it.
Yeah, I don't want to claim it. It's fine. It can be his. It can be his. So yeah, if you could set that up, I'd use your bot. I wouldn't even take it.
You can set it up too. You just change the time on it.
Oh yeah, true. Mira, the
all I
YouTube
would do.
channel is Bull Barbie and Methodical Man. We keep it simple for you. And the links are in the description. Gotta keep
My
it.
chat just went crazy. I think it's doing some weird catch-up thing. Has your chat been weird today? I don't know what's going on. My YouTube chats have been weird.
No, it seems fine to me.
Mine's going crazy.
Yeah, it seems okay. What are your biases right now? Well,
I can't really come up with a strong one.
That's the thing. Yeah, like from this area, we could do a lot of things. I mean, we could continue up. Well, one of two or three things. I mean, my lean is, my lean is we continue to grind higher, but I could see us pulling back into the 800 on NASDAQ, to be honest.
Yeah, that move up did leave a lot of room to retrace. And right now we're digesting and we're putting in a range. So you can literally kind of look at the highs and lows. What I was trading earlier on this was really the 69.95 up to 70.10. And we're kind of hanging around the top of it, is trying to break out of that. But that gives us a real clear kind of range to mess with. So either the range holds or the range breaks. Yeah, it works better if NASDAQ has the same move at the same time, though.
Right. So, like, I don't know. If I look at the hourly, we have a gap that we failed to kind of tap into earlier, and then the 4 hour just left a little gap down below too. I mean, so you would think at some point we come back to those, but we might run that 26.045 before it ever does that. Potentially, I don't know. It's a weird spot. Like, you're just in a weird spot here. If you're not already long, it's tough to long, And then
we need the methodical guarantee.
Yeah, I don't have one today. By the way, that Tom Sabo guarantee did hit yesterday. I don't know if you saw. That effectively ended up being the low of day. So,
Gyp Smith, I do have a unicorn. He may help me with my trading.
The unicorn strategy. But look down here. We left. So yesterday's low 421.25. The gap was my target was 431.75. So it went 10 points below. I do think eventually we're probably going to come back and clean that area up. ES really didn't get that close to it. So it left that stuff down there. But eventually we'll get back to it. But obviously it doesn't look like that today, right? Looks like it's just going up.
I mean, I was ready to get the SPY gap, the ETF regular trading hours gap on ES, because it really looked like it was trying to set up for it on the higher time frames, and we just didn't get the follow through on the lower time frames. The lower time frames are kind of holding bullish, but that also makes it really hard to get a clean setup. There's no A+ setup that exists in that scenario.
The last two times that we've approached the 26,000 level, we've rejected it a few hundred points at least. I guess 400 or 500 points, maybe 600 points off that last one, right? So the first push up, we got to like 98, and then we pulled back 300 or 400 points. And then this last one, we pushed to the 26,000, was it 45? And we rejected all the way back down to the 400 level. So maybe the third time's the charm. And, it feels like we probably pushed through that level this time. We'll see.
Ooh, it's trying.
But again, in order for me to take a long, I mean, unless I'm just looking to scalp, which we might, that's kind of what we do. But it's kind of difficult to long up here.
Yeah, for me, it was the bottom of the range was the spot. We are kind of making a new smaller range, but
yeah,
we'll see.
And we're already we're creating another idiot box here on the 5 minute. It's just really really tough price action. It's tough to do anything. You're not going to get any follow through. It's really one of those days where you should just be looking for 10 to 15 points and just
that was my problem this morning, is I was trying to get a real move, and if I'd just gone for smaller moves, I would have had more wins. I kept just having my orders it wouldn't tick quite up to them, and then it would come down to break even or stop over and over.
Yeah. Bernardo traded Asia session, 1 trade, 1 win, logged off. Let's go. It's the way to do it.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, like 1 trade a day, nothing wrong with that.
Bernardo was asking if an all-time high is possible for this month. We already got it on the S&P.
Yeah. I mean, for NASDAQ, for sure. I mean, what are we, 600 points away? Something like that. I mean, we could get there.
That's one good Trump tweet away.
Yeah, I was going to say that it may not even have to be this month. It could be tomorrow. Whatever it is. I don't even remember where it is. Let me mark it out. Let's see, 26,667. So, yeah, I mean, we could get up there. Not a problem. We went 400 points overnight, so it's not a thing. You just got to go. So, exactly, Sharka, exactly. But yeah. ES kind of holding below that 70-14 level still. I still think we could get a move lower here on the ES, at least some sort of a pullback. Maybe retest 7,000 would kind of be ideal. But, that is kind of doing what I don't like to do, where you're trying to pick the top or the bottom, and it's not an easy thing to do. And
it's not offering that up today.
Most of the time you just get wrecked, and then you're right just to get back to break even. So
a lot of work for nothing.
Yeah. So may as well just avoid it. So, but yeah, if you guys haven't already hit that like button for me, I see us when we got in here, we got 208 likes already. So that's good. Thank you guys for that. See if we can squeeze that up into the 250s. Let's see what happens. Did you watch silver at all last night, Barbie?
I didn't. I wanted to. I was busy, but it looked like it was exciting.
Yeah, it made a nice move lower. I was looking on the 5-minute chart, and it broke structure on the 5-minute and created an order block, which is one of my favorite setups. And then it dropped down for a nice, I don't know, for if you were in 1 mini, you would have made $30,000 on that drop. Isn't that insane?
That's nuts.
And I mean, it was like in 10 minutes. It wasn't even. Yeah. It was like huge move, very, very fast. That's just so crazy.
I gotta set a goal to get an account nice and buffered to trade silver in.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind it. I was thinking last night. I was like, man, and that was a trend line break. A nice, simple, nothing fancy kind of strategy. So
yeah, if y'all aren't watching Steven's stream in the Asian session with trades like that going on, what are you doing? You're picking kids up. But I do tune in when I can. It's a great stream.
Yeah, I didn't even have him up last night. I did have him. I did pin him in the background, but I wasn't listening. And I was like, I outlined that trade, and then I did see some people saying that they had taken it for $1,500, whatever it was, on a micro. I'm like, that's insane.
Yeah.
So insanity. But
right. That's why the Asian session is, though. It can be really boring and put you to sleep, or it can pop off and make your whole month.
Yeah, for sure. And it was kind of slow last night, very early on the NASDAQ. I mean, we were in an 80-point range for the most of the evening, and then around 1 a.m. we kind of started making that move higher. But yeah, I wasn't seeing it very well last night. I took a couple of losses on.
You were trading at 1 a.m.?
No, I traded last night
from
like 7 to 10 p.m. I was on, but I took a short on gold at the exact same time that the silver short triggered, and made around $400 or $500.
Yeah, I saw gold was still looking kind of heavy today.
Yeah, it was weaker than silver was, and then silver kind of blasted through it. But so I took the short on gold because I could handle, you can take a short on gold a little bit easier than you can there on the old silver. But yeah, I just didn't. You can't mess with that silver with a mini on a 50K account. It's just not gonna. You're gonna lose your account too quick.
Yeah.
So,
it's always in theory you want to trade those until you actually do it and realize, yeah,
it looks easy, right? It looks easy in hindsight. You're like, oh, it looks easy.
Caught that. I see that setup, but then you actually are trying to hold through that whiplashing P&L.
Yeah, you're like, hey, wait, I'm up $5,000. I think I'll move my stop. The silver just broke back out to the upside. It was kind of in a wedge here on the 5 minute.
I was kind of looking at that. I have the SLV pulled up too on my options account. I still been messing with the SLVs. Oh, I love them, by the way.
What do we got? A level at 1. Did it hit it already? It did hit it. 91,895 was the first level on the breakout. Your next level is 92,145, followed by 92,850. So
we got some chat in micro silver right now too.
Let's go. I need to I may start trading it. I don't know. We'll see.
Do it. Everyone peer pressure him right now.
I don't know if I'm degen enough. I got to get a bigger account. So, like you said, we'll see. Algo, I am cycling through my copy trade accounts now. I took some losses early in the year and made a quick adjustment, decided to cycle through them. I was trading all of them at one time. And that's kind of the thing with trading, right? If you trade all of your accounts at one time and you realize that, hey, I've taken a few more losses than I really want to, then you got to make an adjustment. If you don't, you're going to end up losing the accounts. And so that's what I did. I switched down to 5 at a time to kind of cycle through them. So, but we may go back to trading them all at one time. I don't know. Barbie, you don't really copy trade, do you?
I do, but I had the same thing where I just, it made tons of sense at first. So I'm just going to copy all my trades, but it really psyched me out seeing all those accounts move. It feels a lot faster when you have that many numbers moving at once. So I try to balance it out. And what I'm trying right now, I pulled back on this, which meant that I was pulling back on leverage, which I need to not do, is I'm trying to kind of group my accounts. And so I'll have a batch of 3 that I'll be copying on each trade, and then I'll rotate. So it's kind of a hybrid of both. Trying the best of both worlds. We'll see how that works.
Yeah, and the thing here, like you said, just kind of being flexible with it, right? I mean, if it's not working one way, have the ability to kind of change it, go in a different direction. That's what I'm doing. So it may still not work, but at least we're willing to give it a try. So
for me, it's always about protecting my mental game too. And so whatever I can do to protect that, because that's where you really handicap yourself and you bring down your good days, you bring down your bad days, and you bring down your good days. So the whole thing gets worse. And when you bring down, you really don't want your bad days to get worse.
Yeah, I was actually talking to Husk about that I think yesterday. So the day before, he had a red day on his funded accounts and he walked away. And then the next day he had a nice, simple, easy win on his funded accounts. And he's like, man, I'm so glad I walked away yesterday. It's like, don't you feel so much better when you force yourself to walk away and then the next day the trade just comes easily? Whereas if he would have continued to trade that day that he was red, he might have blown the account. Who knows? And then the next day the trade comes easy. Well, you don't have an account to catch that easy trade in, right? So
yeah, I think you got some good things to learn from the old kissing cuz over there.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. You have a question. If the NASDAQ closed higher this week, will it continue to rise next week? Well, we have no idea. Trend is your friend. I mean,
it does like to go up in general, but it'll pull back while it does that. So that's the name of the game right there.
Yeah. I had a friend of mine ask me, he was like, when should I invest in NASDAQ? I'm like, I don't know. Wait for it to pull back 5,000 or 6,000 points and then just slam some money in there. He's looking to do it long term. Why not? I mean,
You can literally
traditionally,
just put those orders. I'll do that in my my longer term accounts that I don't want to pay attention to, where I just hold things. I'll just put an order 10 here, 10 there, 10 there, all the way down where I hope it could possibly go. So it'll just average itself, and I don't even have to pay attention to it.
yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it just makes sense. So that makes sense. Here, I'm gonna give wait. Here we go. Let me see if I can figure this out. Hold on. I'm gonna try to figure it out. There we go, Billy. I got you.
Here goes silver again, trying to make another little run.
Yeah, it kind of pulled back there, tested that trend line, didn't quite get back to it on a retest and bouncing, getting back above the 9 EMA there on the 5-minute. Also looking like a bull flag as well, right there on the 5-minute. Still got a little bit of time on this candle, but yeah, I mean, the problem with the silver is, you know, if you have to put your stop where it needs to be, you know, even on a micro, it's quite a bit of money. So you have to really, really be careful with it. So
unless you got in earlier.
That's true. I'm just saying, like, you know, if you bought the breakout there, for example, like my entry on the breakout would have been 91,105, and then the stop
is kind of just trending up too, though. I like that.
Yeah, and then my stop would have had, so it would have been a $4,200 stop. Effectively,
we had chat long silver. Who got some W's on that?
Yeah, it looks like it wants to push back up. It is kind of weird how gold's kind of lagging. Gold's pulling back, silver's pushing.
Well, gold's old news now. We're into silver now.
Nobody cares about gold.
Was so 2025.
Somebody was talking about platinum last night, saying that
we did platinum last spring. Maybe next time. We haven't talked about copper in a while.
We haven't traded chickens in a while. Anybody on chickens?
What about those corn futures?
Yeah. What was that? Lean hogs? Lean hogs. Yeah. Pork bellies. That's right. We got to get in there. So why does it reflect me to trade silver? Reject. Ashley, is that what you mean?
Oh, I was trying to figure that out too. You might need to go into your account on the MyFundedFutures website, and what is it under? It's under something like subscriptions or
yeah. If you're on trade,
you need to go subscribe to that data.
CME. Yeah, you gotta. Yeah, that's right. I can't remember which one it was under. I don't remember how to get there, but yeah, I had to do that too.
You'll find it when you're in there, though. There's not that many options.
Yeah, not that many options for sure. Rejected. All right, good. We were right. We were correct. Was Alito in here? Did I miss Alito's? I see somebody at Alito. What did he say?
Did you have a question?
Maybe. I forgot I can. I don't know if you
Yeah, you have super spy abilities.
We got those spy abilities. We can figure it out. Yeah, I miss a lot of questions. I don't pay attention to the chat all that much in here for some reason.
Silver is losing that little pump there, but that was a nice little pump. I think some of y'all got that. I got a little bit of it on. I was doing the SLVs, but
it didn't close back above the 9 there, kind of rejecting it.
Yeah, I just took the easy money on it, so I'm not going to complain.
Really needs to hold the 400s here. If it doesn't hold the 400s, it probably goes back down. We'll see what happens. We shall see. I don't know. I like silver. It's intriguing, but scary. Very scary. I mean, I could potentially take a long here off the 2-minute kind of setup, but this is very, very choppy. And scary.
I think the easy play on silver has happened, to be honest.
Yeah, it looks that way. The scary part of this is we kind of got a little trend line. Of course, we did get a little grab here. So I don't know. This will be the trigger here. Long.
Yeah.
Am I going to take it?
It's just looking so choppy.
Am I going to take it?
Now keep in mind, ES is going to be going for some all-time highs. Although we do have room all the way up there. That's going to be all the way up at the 36.25.
I'm going to try it. Why not? Why not? A little for the stream action. For the stream. I'm only in 1 micro. Not looking good already. So, see if it can push.
I think on ES, I'm going to watch that 70-10 level again. Like level of the morning.
Well, it's kind of what I was talking about earlier. I really would like to see a deeper pullback to kind of be able to get long, but I think it's okay to try a little scalp here. We're still holding. I mean, we tapped that 17 level on ES there almost. But if it loses the 12 here, then I probably get slaughtered. Slaughtered. But
you have a question in chat about your indicators. Which indicators do you trust most to follow price action without lag?
Well, they all lag. We'll say that to begin with. But the 21 EMA on the 2-minute chart is my favorite indicator right now. That changes, from time to time. But
like you said, you got to adapt.
Yeah. So the 21 EMA on the 2-minute, sweep of a high, sweep of a low, retest the 21, get back above the high or the low of the previous candle. That's exactly what I'm doing here. Even though it's very choppy, that's this trade here that I'm in. So if you can see, we pulled back, we tested the 21 EMA, we got back above the high of the previous candle. And yeah, so we're just looking for a continuation move higher. The reason why you wait for the high or the low of the previous candle is just for a little confirmation, right? You don't want to just blindly buy the EMA. So the red line's the 21 EMA. The blue is the 9 EMA and the white is the 50. So,
here goes that long.
She's a longin'.
Looks like we got to get over the 15, 16 level on ES to get some power.
Yeah, I might go break even at the body of the 2-minute candle here. That actually would be a good spot to just take profit. You guys know me. 33. I mean, that is 12 points. Let's just do that. I'm going to take profit at the body, so there's no break even. Not quite a 1-to-1 trade, but that's all right. It's it's a negative R. Just don't tell anybody.
It's our little secret.
Yeah. Yeah, Sharka. Like I used to trade with, if you watched me maybe 2 years ago, there was not a single indicator on my chart. No opening range, no VWAP, no nothing. I just traded a naked chart. But
I had gotten my charts really clustered after watching this guy and that guy and trying to watch it all at once. So what I ended up doing is just deleting everything, watching the open and seeing what I really missed. And it wasn't much. So, I mean, pretty much like a VWAP and a MACD, and I can get on with my business. I think it's more important to be able to watch multiple time frames and get a lot of context and just have everything real cleaned up so you're not distracted. Focus is one of the hardest things in this game.
But if you can find something that works for you and you get a 2R out of it, you don't have to win that often to make a 2R work. So,
and like you're kind of talking about, that evolves over time. Like I used to use the TTM squeeze and I had a little setup. It was reliable. I could get my little $100 out of it whenever that set up. I can do better now, so I've kind of abandoned that, but we evolve with these ideas too.
Yeah. The doctor helps with directional vision. Maybe I need to go see one. Oh, don't you do me dirty. There we go, NASDAQ. I was about to say, don't you be a nasty girl. Don't you
The no-roll indicator that you're asking about on the bottom of my chart, I do have a video on it on my own YouTube, but what that's doing is it's comparing the MACDs on lower time frames to help give you an edge on when the price is actually starting to roll over. A lot of times I'm looking at higher time frames, and that's the one where I'm trying to nail my entry. It's watching those lower time frames start to roll over.
Yeah, and so like the way I try to do it is like I start with the 4-hour first thing in the morning, So like this morning I noticed that the 4-hour inverse to the upside. Then I went to the hourly inversed. Well, then that told me that, we're going to run the buy side most likely over here. We did it right at open. I think it was
right at open.
Yeah,
that was kind of the hard thing. We didn't have a ton of room.
Yeah, there was not a ton of room, exactly. So I was thinking maybe pullback after that run of that buy side. We did get a pullback, but actually we ran that pre-market. It was right before open right here. So I longed here. The exact same setup that we just took. I did here. So a touch of the 21, I got long for the break back above this candle, and I took it up to the buy side. Exact same setup that we just took. We made a new high. But yeah, I did that right at the pre-market with a couple of micros. And then you can see we open up and just sideways. So
very wah open.
Yeah, just not great. I mean,
buys at highs for the day though. Here we go. I think they're going for that 70-20 level on ES. This was kind of that break that I was looking for.
As difficult as NASDAQ is having to get through here, if we can squeeze through if we can get through the 950s, I mean, like, you might see one of those Hulk smash boner candles go into the 26,000.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
You might. I don't know. So, but that's kind of what I would wait on. Like, it's tough to do anything up here. Even that long right there, I mean, it's not the greatest. We are just chopping, kind of grinding, riding those EMAs. But, it works or it doesn't sometimes. So, got burned in Asia, clawed back, burned again. Rominga, next time you call back, walk away. I know it's a hard thing to do, especially when you get back to break even. You're like, oh, I'm trading so well. Let me just get 200 more or whatever. And the next thing you know, you're red again. Sometimes worse than you were before you started clawing back.
You just got to go mow the lawn or mow the neighbor's lawn or mow Myth's lawn or mow Tom Sabo's lawn.
Mow somebody's lawn. Just get out, just ride down the street on a mower and just start hitting houses. Oh, that would be crazy. Just start pulling into people's yards, mowing the lawn.
Is there any chance to short here? Sure, but it's very choppy, so you have to be very picky. We are the VIX has been trending down all day, which should give the indexes a little bit of boost. And I'm not seeing a ton of ES orders stacked up until we get closer to 70-20 right now, which might kind of be where we hit highs on the NASDAQ. So a little bit of risk if you're trying to just short because we're up.
Yeah, and I never try to do that. I shorted the 70-14, looking for that resweep of the 06, with the understanding that I'm probably only going to get 4 or 5 points there, right? And it rejected it right away, pulled back down to the 07. So I actually did get 7 points in profit, even though I think I ended up getting stopped out for 4. But so you can find spots to still get a few points in both directions. It's just what's easier, I guess, is what you got to ask
yourself.
Sometimes
I look at the effort to risk to reward ratio. There's kind of an effort factor in there too.
Yeah.
The shorts are a little hard right now. We're kind of putting in a bullish trend. I mean, it probably will fall apart at some point, but
yeah, because what are we generating here? Is what I just drew out. I mean, you're generating a lot of just trend line liquidity. I mean, eventually this thing's just going to run right back through that. Now, even if it ran back through that, it's not very many points, 50 points. It's not a big pullback.
We were talking about the orb earlier, and this is why I've pulled it when I can't pay closer attention to it. Like, I'm only letting it do that one trade, because even if we'd re-entered this orb long, ES would have just now trailed to break even.
Yeah.
NASDAQ would be stopped out. I mean, it's just a mess.
Yeah, what did NASDAQ do? Just wicked above it right there. What a tag.
It wicked both sides.
Yeah, it did. Several times.
Real dirty.
Yeah, several times. I'm telling you, I've noticed today a little correlation between my 15-minute opening range trade, and so like when it fails, that's kind of your idea that it's going to be choppy, because you're looking for momentum. So when that fails, we tend to be choppy. When it works, we tend to have a little better price action. I'm gonna kind of keep an eye on that and see. And maybe we'll be careful, a little more careful.
Well, see there, you could have like taken it for a couple of points, but that's counter trend, and that's what I'm talking about, where it's like a lot of effort.
Very difficult
to really push something hard. Yeah.
So
I try to find the easier path through trading.
I'm going to trade said, imagine if I get a payout from an account that I bought from selling plasma. Let's go. We don't care how you got the account. I'm going to trade. Just get it to pay out. Just get it to pay out. By the way, how much you get for selling that plasma? I heard that hurts. Does that hurt, Barbie? Have you ever done that?
I have not done that.
I heard it hurts. Maybe that'll be my new thing. Let me go sell some plasma. I got to buy some evals. Listen, I've done something similar, not selling plasma, but I've DoorDashed.
I was trying to figure out how to ask you about other things you've done that might be similar.
Yeah, I've DoorDashed, I've Ubered, I've done all that stuff. So you got to remember.
Not any other bodily fluids, though?
No bodily fluids. I live in a college town, so you hit that Uber out on a weekend, you can make some solid money. Solid money. Of course, you have to deal with drunk people, which isn't my favorite thing, but you do what you got to do sometimes. You got to pay the bills, right? You got to pay the bills.
Yeah, I don't want drunk people in my car.
What do we get there? J-Man's official. You think that's where she was going with that?
Me? I would never.
Never. So I've actually Ubered. I'm going to tell you this. I've Ubered people to the plasma center so that they could donate some plasma and get some money. I've had that happen a few times. Yeah. I'm like, oh, where are you going? Oh, plasma center. Okay.
I got you. I know where that is.
So, yeah, I think at the time they said they were getting like $100 or whatever. You could go like once a week or something crazy like that. So, I don't think $100 gets you as much as it used to, but hey, it gets you an eval.
That is the problem, isn't it?
Yeah. We can rock it with the eval.
I haven't shared my stress toys. I got a new one.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, like.
This is dangerous.
You want to see the new one? This is so stupid.
This is dangerous. Oh, I knew it was going to be something like that. I knew it was going to be something like that. I don't know if it's supposed to be stretchy like that though. Aren't they supposed to be a little bit firm?
Not very firm.
100 the first 2 visits and then 120 a week after 2 visits. Let's go. You make a little $400 a month salary off that.
Yeah, it's my little pickle.
440. So
stretch pickle.
That's a big pickle. That's the biggest pickle I think I've ever seen. So, oh, Gyps. She started losing her hair. She signed up for all the tests and experiments. Yeah, that's crazy.
Oh, gosh.
Maybe I could do that.
No, you're trading. You may not be making money at it right now, right this second, but the market will come back. It's going to move again.
Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. So
we're going to have your biggest trading year yet. We're at least going to beat last year. I know we can do that.
Is that a pickle Rick? What is a pickle Rick? Luke, you got me on that one.
I don't think that we named it yet. I guess it could be Rick.
You can give it a name. Why not? His lap is lagging.
What?
Your laptop, Abhishek.
Yeah, don't abbreviate that.
Abhishek, I'm gonna need you to post your specs in the chat. Little inside joke.
Yeah, it's probably Abhishek's fault.
Oh goodness.
Who's with us back here? Did Magnus get that one? Yeah.
Little pullback there. Almost touched the 21 again, but didn't quite get there.
The way I look at it, we're in this uptrend, but the delta's kind of falling apart, so it's just less high probability. And
yeah. Hey, I'm going to trade. We're rooting for you, man. We're rooting for you to get the payouts with those accounts. That's fine.
Absolutely.
See, Max even gives you a little. He's giving you a little support over there. So Max must be tired today. He hasn't looked out the window once. He's just been hanging out.
Maybe it's got some deal with the squirrels where they're not going to come out till later.
He will chase those squirrels to death. This is the thing, man. Like sometimes we get a little move during this time, but man, this is just, it is dreadful. It is dreadful. It's just grindy. It's my least favorite kind of action because as soon as you buy, you know what it's going to do. It's like, oh, it's been holding this 21 the whole time. And as soon as you buy, it doesn't hold it.
Well, we did have positive news. I had a question in chat here. We did have positive news, but I mean, the market's already up significantly, so it's got to digest this move. And I'll tell you, a short was setting up at open that just had no follow through too. So it's not being bearish, but a lot of times the news is more complicated than that because it all really comes down to what the Fed's going to do and how likely the Fed is to reduce rates, which good numbers make them less likely to reduce rates. So it's not always just black and white. Good numbers means good market and vice versa like that.
Well, a good way to think about that too is like if that were the case, where if we always got good news and the market went up and it never went down on good news, everybody be rich. Everybody be rich because you could just trade it based on the news, right? So
I also had a question about Delta, and I'm not able to share my NinjaTrader screen today. Stupid Windows update happened, and I didn't get everything restarted. But I use NinjaTrader because they have a really high-quality data stream. It's better than TradingViews. So it's basically higher resolution at the different actual ticks and orders that are happening. And then they have a whole bunch of tools that you can watch, and I watch it a few different ways. Basically you're looking for the level 2 data, and so you can watch the time and sales, you can watch the order flow footprint chart, and you can even have a table at the bottom that's showing you how these trades are lining up. I'm getting a nice little negative reaction here.
Is this a little trap? What do you think? Maybe you're going to sweep the 880 here and then bounce again.
They would be trying to hold the 12 level, I think.
I would consider a scalp short for the break of 890, just down to that 880 level. The problem is you don't really have, it would be a negative R trade because your stop really has to be at the high there.
That's what's so tricky about this whole session. I was looking at that because I would want it to break down lower to like 855, but that's asking a lot of this market right now.
So the question here is like, would you rather take the short into 880 or wait for it to sweep it, look for a reaction and get back long? Probably the second side makes more sense. Probably makes more sense. Doesn't mean we won't do it.
Some people do just trade the news, but I would say more people just avoid the news.
Yeah, I mean,
be honest.
If the news was really tradable, I mean, it's I don't know. To me, at least in my experience, I can't trade it. No, I can trade after the news. I can find some spots after the news, but not just trying to pick the news direction or whatever. I might try this short, guys. The ES has room here for me to get my target. So I'm going to set a little limit order here and just look for a little 10 point. Why is that?
I mean, Max is calling it.
He is. He's saying something.
We like Max plays.
We'll look for a little 10-point sweep here. I think, why don't you just get long and go ahead and get short up here? I probably could, to be honest. It'd probably be the better play. You know what? I don't know if I'm going to.
Did we get a winner in chat? Is it confetti or balloon time?
10 winners. 10 winners.
It's confetti.
Is Max thinking bull or bear? Max, what you thinking, bud? Bull or bear? He's looking out the window now.
We're at the bottom of that trend line, but that was an ugly candle.
He goes, he probably is like, oh, I heard him say that I haven't looked out the window. Let me take a look. Frenchie, that's my VWAP down there. The WeWAP. That's the WeWAP. Again, I think the safer play is to wait and go for a long, but
everyone's looking at your VWAP.
Yeah. We're going to just take the short. The safer play is to wait for the long, obviously. But we ain't playing it safe. I don't normally place limit orders like this either. Normally, I just mark it in and just say, call it a day. Let's just get in there.
Limit orders can be so nice when they hit so nice like that, though.
It'll probably hit my order and bounce 20 points. That's probably what it'll do.
That's my problem this morning is my take profits were missing by a tick or two. And then I just had to kind of bail. Very aggravating.
I'm going to cover my eyes, guys. Let me know how it turns out. Oh, no. I don't hear me being tagged in yet. All right, I'm in. Let me know. Is it going down? I don't know.
Uh-oh.
I told you.
Uh-oh.
I told you. I already knew what it was.
Don't tell him, chat.
I already knew what it was going to do. Literally to the tick. Tagged me in and bounced. Oh, man.
I usually use those limit orders for bounces.
Darn it. We should have went long there, guys. Not short. Got one reroll coming. That was rude, guys. That was rude.
I still think they could get back through that level, though.
Yeah.
Looked like a big order kind of stepped in, but it's not. I'm only mildly impressed.
I don't like how the ES looks, though. It's getting back above the 12 there. Getting back above the 12. It might just rip our face off, guys. Oh, no. What do we do? So, man, that is like to the tick. It did exactly. I shouldn't have said anything. I was like, it's going to tag me in and go back up 20 points.
You literally jinxed yourself.
I don't know what I'm doing here.
You took a kind of trade you don't normally take and should have faded yourself.
All right. So what we should do here is DCA, right? Get in a little extra size, a little DCA action.
Obviously.
Maybe a little DCA. I don't know. I may kill it here. I'm watching the 5-minute. Let's see how this candle closes.
Just to be clear, y'all, this is really responsible trading in a chop zone with reverse risk to reward DCAing.
Yeah, it's fine.
Only the best.
It's fine. If you don't want to see it, you turn your head. So what I'll do is I'm probably going to jump in on an ad if we push up into 912s. Stop will be at the high at 940, but I'd like to see this break the 900 here, get back through the 90. Should probably move quickly at that point. If it breaks 90, I see it just flushing right into my take profit. So I'm manifesting it since I manifested the bounce, you know. I already knew it was going to. I knew it. I knew it. Barbie didn't talk me out of it, though. She was like, yeah, go ahead.
Peer pressure traders.
Just go ahead.
There's more than one way to skin a cat.
Just go ahead. Why not?
I've always liked kind of the slower trades, like the 15-minute to 45-minute trades. And I used to trade with this guy who would slap 4 or 5 trades inside of one of mine. And it was wild, but definitely put things in perspective.
Let's see if we get tagged in here on our ad. I don't know. I don't mind it if we do. 222 likes, guys. That's it. 258
Crank
people.
Crank it up. We've got DGen Methodical Man here.
Yeah, come on. Get in there.
He's sacrificing his trades in this choppy market. Give him the likes.
Listen, it's going to work. Don't worry. It's going to work. It's going to work. Don't worry. I got a 99% win rate, if you guys didn't know. 99% win rate. Anybody in the chat know that? Little inside joke for the chat there. I know some people know. Oh, I know some know. Barbie's like, what?
Well, I never miss a trade just for Steve.
One
Never
like
miss a
equals
high or a low.
$1 for Mytho. Yeah. You donate the dollar to me. I'm not giving you the dollar though. All right. So ES getting back below the 12 there. Now we have room. Let's just a nice little flush here.
Just a nice little flush. Bring Elmo out to play.
We're not asking for much. Guys, I did this twice last night. I would show you my entries, but it was terrible. I shorted the bottom and then I covered literally at the top to the tick. So
I think it could actually run through your target even here if it gets going, because there's room and we have a divergence on ES.
Yeah, for sure. But we'll see.
And we're oversold on the S&P 500 on the higher time frame charts.
Bull Barbie said that Bull Barbie has a unicorn, so she's always going to win. She does have a unicorn.
Something like that.
She keeps him in the garage. You ever just jump on a horse and go to the store, Barbie? That's what you should do.
No, but there is a guy I see on his horse all the time with the 6-pack in hand.
Yeah, Clarity. We're in DJ mode.
Pictures.
Clarity snowed in today. She's she can't leave the house.
Oh, I had a hard
in.
time getting up this morning just in winter mode just because it was so cold. I don't know how y'all do it with all that snow.
I can't do it. We're supposed to get a little snow here this weekend, potentially. I don't know if it'll happen, but we'll see. I mean, I'm in Georgia, so, you know, we're probably talking like an inch, a little dusting. The people who live in Canada are like, that's not snow.
Yeah. It bumps me out, though. Can't go outside and do all the stuff I want to do.
It gets cold in Texas a little bit.
The sun comes up too late.
A little bit cold in Texas, I would imagine, at some point.
It does. I mean, I think it was very close to freezing this morning. I guess it says, my thing says 34, so not quite.
The real feel today here was 11 degrees this morning.
Ugh.
And it was like 29 or something like that. Yeah, I heard Utah and Colorado have not gotten much snow this year.
We were going to go to Ruidoso, and they didn't have any snow yet when we were looking at going. So hopefully they have by now.
Feels like negative 25. Holy cow, Clarity. Stay in the house. I'm surprised I was going to say, I'm surprised your internet's working.
Here's a little aggressive looking candle here.
Yeah, I think we break back below my entry here. It should just flush.
Yeah, I'm kind of watching VIX. VIX has been trending down all day. I've been watching it on the 5-minute, and it's starting to kind of lose some structure a little bit. So if it kind of starts curling up here, it's going to really help bring the indexes down. Also, the Russell and the Dow are crazy this morning. I don't know if you were watching them. They're starting to lose some of that momentum too. So
yeah, I didn't see.
We'll see if the market. Yes. Ugh. See if we can drag it down here.
I mean, it's trying. It's holding up there at the whole number. I typically don't like shorting into the whole number, but hey,
that's true.
Why not? Technically, we didn't short into the whole number. We shorted below it. I mean, if we're going to get technical.
Technically.
And we shorted into the 15-minute, the bottom of the 15-minute range too. Great job. Excellent trade. Excellent.
Negative 23. I hope that's the joke.
Yeah, that's insanity. I don't see how people live in that kind of weather. I really don't.
I don't either. Plus, I have to go outside. I've had my whole week planned around the sun coming out and giving us a 70-degree day tomorrow too.
Barbie has a 75-inch screen, Mystic Rick.
Mm-hmm.
So each little corner in front of her is like 22 inches, something like that. Math is hard. Probably less than that. 20 inches, 18 inches. There we go. The same. Her screen is the same size as the pickle. All right. That's all.
I actually have more than one chart on a screen, and I do this so that y'all can read it, because otherwise nobody can read it unless they have my chart on a TV. But yeah, I have a chart problem. I'm a chart addict. We'll put it that way. At the top of one screen, I've got this, so I can take like a look at all of the different indexes at once, and I have gold and crude on the other one. I have too. And then on the other screen, I got this across the top, so I can watch all the FANG at once. And then I'm over here looking at the 5-minute with y'all. But you know what I've got next to this chart? Well, this one, but not messed up. Usually I keep this on the hourly with my levels on it. So I'm watching a lot at once, and I just kind of keep my eyes moving on all these main charts.
Yeah.
And I've got another chart that I actually trade on. But like I said, my Windows update caused me a delay this morning. I couldn't get that shared in time.
Come on, get me out of this trade before we end the stream. You can do it. Come on, NASDAQ. You know you want it.
Do it. It's so close.
Hit it. No. All right. I've never struggled so bad to get 10 points here.
That's the way I felt this morning, and why I was just like, screw it. We'll come back tomorrow.
I mean, I know it's going to go. It's going to go.
But we want it live. Didn't that happen yesterday too? The market dumped right after we got off stream.
Do I need to make it a Tom Sabo? I need to make it a Tom Sabo guarantee, and then it'll hit.
Yeah.
If you guys are just joining us,
again?
880.
That's what I was thinking.
Or 870, 975, I guess, technically.
Come on.
Yeah.
So close.
I don't know that I'm going to let that go back red on me.
Yeah.
Probably not.
Oh, there it is.
Never a doubt.
Victory. It owed you that after yesterday.
Never a doubt. Come on. Never a doubt.
I still think we have some room lower because we've got that other level down there. The 7,002 was real hot this morning.
Well, I'm telling you, we have an unmitigated 4-hour in hourly gap down there at 800. Very reasonable to think that it could pull back into the 800 level here.
This could be the short that I was looking for this morning finally playing out just now when I have to go do other stuff. Typical classic market.
Billy, that's not true. You can sit as close to the TV as you want. It's fine. So
yeah, get closer.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for me and Barbie today. We'll be back tomorrow. Hope you guys have a safe trading day for the rest of the day. And,
be good.
Yeah. Thanks for watching.
Be careful. Love y'all. See you later.
See you next time. Oh.
Never mind.
Hold on. Matt had to pee. Give us 19 seconds.
Yeah.
Ask him when he gets back if he washed his hands.
All right. Got to ask him now. He's coming. See y'all.
Right, we'll see you guys.
I need an effect behind me that shoots the smoke out. Can y'all hear me? Are we good, chat? Can you hear me? Welcome to the stream, guys. I'm in a short play right now. Market's taking off to the downside. What's up? Hey, whoa. Oh, I forgot my background. I have my famous picture here. This is like, people made this to quote me. This is so funny because this is something I tell people all the time when people are being like wimpy or whatever, crying on social media about whatever, like, why are people being so mean or whatever. I saw people like, this is Wall Street, this isn't Sesame Street. And so somebody made an AI picture of my quote, this is Wall Street, not Sesame Street. Like, you know, nobody's going to hold your hand here, you know, toughen up. This is Wall Street here. But the funny thing is how AI just loves to like, let's tell the story of what's going on here. First of all, let's analyze what we see over here. First of all, Elmo has 3 arms, which is interesting, and 2 feet. So we got Elmo sort of like weird thing going on right here. Oscar has 2 trash cans. Apparently one of them's leaking water out the bottom. I don't know if the second trash can is a hat. What's holding it up? I don't even know. Over here, you got like this bull looks like it's trying to like attack Big Bird. And then this other bull is like fighting it off. But this is not really a bull. On further notice, this is a bear with horns. Like the more that you look at this photo, the more you get out of it. There's like the word back here, YSTO. I don't know what this is over here. But this is not really a bull. It's a bear with horns. What's going on? And like he's holding Big Bird, and this guy looks like he's trying to attack Big Bird. He's saying no way. And Big Bird's not even looking at him. He's looking at Oscar. So like the more you look at this photo, AI just doesn't understand things anymore. And like at first glance, you're like, okay, that's normal. But the more you look at it, it's like, yeah, okay, that's fine. But the only thing that this photo got right is Cookie Monster, because like always, he's just like, what a cookie? You know what I mean? And he's just doing what you'd expect, which is like in the middle of a traumatic, tumultuous experience. He's just eating cookies because he don't give a shit about what's going on around him, because that's it. But yeah, it took me a couple of days to realize this is a bear with horns. It's not even a bull. So that's why they're at odds with each other. And I think this is like, you know, the currency is $C 502, like whatever's going on. And anyways, this is with the state of AI. Nothing's in its place right now. I mean, this is what AI is like right now. And Oscar, it's just pissed off because he's Oscar, right? So anyways, that was on my screen. I thought it'd be funny to share that with you guys. The bear is secretly a bull. Yeah, probably so. But like, you know, Cookie Monster just doing what he always does. You know, the world could be falling apart and you're just like, cookies, you know, like he doesn't care what's going on around him. He's in a good mood all the time. I would be too if I had some cookies. And I would be too, you know, if I'm up another 30 grand today. I'm on a crazy winning streak. December like kicked my ass so hard. You guys remember that, right? December is terrible. It was hard for you. Don't worry, it was hard for me. And today I've been on a winning streak since Christmas, I think. And you guys, it's all transparent. You see on my screen. These are funded accounts with the prop firm. This is my live personal account that's now up at $262,000 now on this account. Put some music. Oh, these guys control the music in the back and maybe play it or not. I don't know. That's it. Big Bird Man. It's a man stuck in a bird's body. Yeah, pretty much. The bears are too feared of the bulls that they need to put on a home to stay on the board. Yeah, you go. That bear identifies as a bull. That's right. That's right. How did manage this morning? This morning was really good. I didn't do much last night. I made one trade. I don't usually like trading at night unless an opportunity comes up. Last night in NASDAQ, on this little spike here, I shorted in 3 of my accounts just for the reversal. And then when this crazy candle happened, it scared me out of the trade. I got 40 quick points. I hate quick drops on a short. I usually take profit on them. So once you get the big quick drop, I closed out and 3 of my accounts are up. I think I showed up to the stream with maybe like $5,000 up, just 3 of the accounts up. They were up like 1,000 to 2,000 each. Fast forward, I went to bed, didn't do anything else. This morning, we were hitting key resistance points. Yesterday's, hold on, sorry. NASDAQ has a, really, where is my, drawings have all disappeared. Oh, here, it's up here. Okay. NASDAQ has a gap to fill up here at 26,110. We didn't get there yet. But this morning, we were trading below this yellow line, right? This is where we led up to. And when we opened right here at monthly hedge pressure, which again is a really strong resistance if you break it. And we also gapped up majorly. The resilience indicator that I use was negative with a gap up, which is a clue to take a short. Stocks want to fill, like basically when resilience is negative, the index is more comfortable down in here rather than up here. S&P is negative, but it doesn't really just fall really quickly. It's always going to be a battle. Our risk interval band, this green line, the market has a hard time falling from it. I usually don't short above it unless I have really strong conviction. This being like -50 was really strong conviction. So all morning, every time we tapped the open, I was shorting and covering, shorting and covering, shorting and covering. I managed to whip out $30,000 just scalping that range. I don't like to short for a market crash because this green line is always really strong support when this ratio is greater than half here. So I've got really strong support that I never short above, with the exception being today because we broke MHP, we have negative resilience, and we have this yellow line resistance. I've got 3 really strong resistances against 1 mega strong support. So the market's just playing between these 2 ranges all day, and I've been basically milking it all day. Short cover, short cover, short cover, short cover, and now I'm in one more short here in 2 of my accounts. 2 contracts here, 5 in one of these, and then that's it. I have a rule in my Teach My Bootcamp is never short above this green line. And you can see why. It has a hard time selling off. It doesn't mean there's not an opportunity if I have really good conviction. But like when the market's selling off like this, I'm not chasing into the short because there's a really strong bull pressure that goes with it. Matter of fact, this is a long setup every single time as well. So I'm shorting to the long setup, shorting to the long setup, betting that eventually the market's going to come down. Now, all of my indicators, for the most part, are negative, which is crazy and good, which does indicate there's some potential selling pressure. 4% of days close above this green line, 96% of days close below. You do the math. Usually, I don't like to short above here because you have no idea how high it's going to go until it tucks in, which is why there's no shorting rule. Bull markets love to stay bullish. But when you have very strong confluence and like a greater conviction, I will usually short off of something for a good reason. So like I'm way up today across the accounts and I'm not really like willing to give any of it back. And because it's like an area where I don't normally short, people are usually like, wow, Matt's actually shorting. That's weird. I'm always shorting small, 2 contracts. You know, I'm trading like 25 or 30 contracts like you've seen me do. Just small. What's the green line? It looks yellow. This one's green right here. That's it. Waiting is the first rule in trading. I know. And now with all the resiliences being negative, S&P's trying to hold the fort. A lot of the major tech stocks as well are not. So we moved up today because we had Taiwan Semiconductor earnings. This is really the official kickoff to earnings season. We've got, 2 weeks until the major tech companies and, Matt's the bear with the horns. There you go. It's probably true. So the guy's in this boat right now where the market like went really, really heavy to the upside just due to, that lead off. NVIDIA had some demand off of that. Some of the stocks are rallying pretty good. Some of the stocks weren't. AVGO has opened still not bullish in the environment that it's in, slightly bearish to there. Apple crushed through MHP and sold off, which is very bearish. Remember, we have monthly expiration on Friday too. You're going to see a lot of violent reactions off of monthly hedge pressure. These are those monthly options after all that are expiring. The market is very violent around this orange line. So orange line comes into play, and when stocks are below it, you're not going to get a lot of upward pressure. And so all morning, we were just seeing stocks either on it or below it. And also those leading me off to believing, okay, it's not really a big, strong bull market I need to take. Google below MHP. Goog below MHP, right? AMD was below it this morning, but above it now. Tesla right on the edge. Meta was below it, slightly above. You see how there's a lot of flip-flopping. This is the polarity for the greater push into Friday. Microsoft below, right? Amazon below. Apple really far below. And even when you break through it, that's even really bad. And Apple dipped and came back. Just a lot of like pre-expiration shuffling. But because not everything looks strong and bullish, I'm not strong and bullish myself, even though I'm bullish on the market in general. There is potential for this to go all the way down and sell off and close down into here today. Because it can fall really far. It's like a 7-to-1 trade. And I'm kind of going against the bull herd because I hate shorting a really strong bull push. Because of that, I'm just trading small. This is 2 contracts. It's not going to make or break me. I've been scalping 2 contracts, making $1,000 here and there and closing it out. Matt, how long have you been trading? Since 2010. On my stream today, I told my whole life story. People were asking about, you know, like yesterday, they were like, tell me your story. I told the last hour or so, I told my whole life story about what got me into trading. Hold on. Forgot to tweet about the show. Hold on, let me get an updated little screenshot here. I currently have 2 contracts short here and 5 contracts short in one of these accounts here. That's it. On the one that's short, let me just take the updated screenshot here for you guys. Currently in progress, it's this account right there, that's 6658. That's the one that's got 5 contracts short on it. That's it. Why? And also, like, why is this every single day since November, as the Nasdaq approaches, and this could be the one day that it doesn't do that. We have been seeing the lack of ability for Nasdaq to maintain steady momentum to the upside. That's because every stock is moving up and down like this. And I really think the next major market moving catalyst is going to be earnings. I think we're going to chop around until earnings, maybe slightly be bullish, but chop around. Every time Nasdaq has bumped, it's sold off, bumped and sold off, bumped and sold off. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And if this is the 12th day that it bumps and rallies and we finally break the pattern of just Nasdaq holding a spot until earnings, then today's the day I get screwed. But I mean, it has been such a treat just betting against 26,000 on Nasdaq. It has been. I mean, I learned my lesson in December when December whooped my ass right in here. You know, it's not sustaining movement. I don't think we're going to get a lot of sustained movement until earnings proves that the market's going to move. We need everything to move all at once at some point. And I think earnings is going to be what does it. But if this is day 12 of shorting Nasdaq highs on every pop, okay. Did Methodical Man call that short today? Very nice, very nice. Was he trading it? I tuned in for like the last couple minutes of the show and I heard them cheering about something when it was selling off. I was also cheering, so I was assuming they were in the same trade I was in, which is pretty kick-ass. Glad to hear it. The probability of you winning the giveaway goes down because I always bring a huge crowd with me. Oh, sorry, man. Sorry. We hurt your chances there. Oh, bad. I'm not really super bearish this market though. It's only a scalp potential off of MHP breaking, which could be a bigger push to the downside, but it's going to take some time. If this is going to sell off, it's going to take all day. It's not going to do it in the next hour or two. We've been pretty strong since Europe closed, so nothing's been really too bad. But like I said, I just keep trading it small with an amount that's not going to make or break me. And these yellow line levels are really strong rejections. And who knows, maybe I get squeezed and it goes up. But that's it. That's what's going on today. Oh, I got a lot of, hold on. Guys, let me check my calendar real quick. I got a lot of stuff on the schedule today. All right. I've got some meetings today I get ready for. I got a big I got a meeting with Ninja Trader and Tradeovate to get Rocket Scooter tools built into their platform natively. So I got that going today. It's a big meeting I got to prep for this afternoon. So I'll have to pause my stream. I'll be streaming live still, but I'll also be on my laptop in the meeting. So I got that going on today. I have a question. How many years has it been traded? How many years has it been traded? How many years have I been trading? This is year number 16 for me. Time really freaking flies. So, so I got that going on today. I'm currently making offers right now for 2 new streamers for my channel as well. So you're going to see some new faces around Rocket Scooter. Starting probably at the end of this month. It's kind of cool too. A new afternoon streamer. So usually after the show, I'll have to cut out because I'm starting to get pulled so many places at once. But that's kind of cool. I'm still always going to be here though, as long as they have me on the show. I find it. I ain't going anywhere. But yeah, that's been a big month. Lots of stuff going on. All right, so all I'm doing is I just placed a short at MHP on the downside move. I kind of should keep pocketing the 40 points. Like, why the hell not? But we'll see. Do I want to do anything here? How's my day? Oh, my day's going really well, man. Thanks for asking. Yeah, 3 more to that, or 3 to that. I'm going to short 1 more account on that pop. I added 5 contracts in a second account here. So this one has 5 and the one that has 3,000 has 5. So I got 5, 5, and 3. That's it. So these 2 have trades on them. And this one has trade on them. They're all short. So this is I'm -5, I'm -5, and here I'm -3. Dude, I could put these 30, 40 points in my pocket like so many times today. Are you worried about hitting the S&P MHP? Yeah, that's why I keep wanting to like milk out. And S&P MHP is also positive here. But dude, it's just like I kind of want to take the bigger bet. I should close out because of the MHP interrupt with positive resilience, but it's now negative on the S&P. It keeps flip-flopping a little bit. And ARB is very positive, so I probably should count my blessings and just take what I got, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. Watch it rally out of here and just keep going. Like I said, this is just a weird day. It's torn between 2 different ranges. Be hard pressed to think it does crash out from here. I think best case scenario, like for the short side, is that we fill the gap. That would be fantastic. Oh my God, if that happened. That it does this and does that, and then maybe has to work its way lower. I kind of want to take that bigger bet. I don't know. That's just me though. How come I can't erase that? Oh, because that's here. Oh, okay. That's why. These are the trades I got there. Got a little bigger for y'all. This is the like I said, I'm probably going to get squeezed the other way. It's not a bear market, guys. So I'm not like, I keep taking the same kind of scalp off of this area, but it's not really a bear market. Right? Does the S&P interrupt? It's having a hard time breaking MHP, so we'll see. I'm watching my stock feed down here. We're having a lot of stocks flip-flopping as well around that same range. Even right now, Microsoft and Google and Tesla are right on the edge. I get access to indicators. Oh, you can go here. There's a 50% off here, first month. Since you asked. There you go. I hate this sort of look to this. And I'm watching the order flow a little bit, and it just seems to be like so flip-floppy here. That S&P is really strong. It's not a lot of downside momentum anymore. Nobody's really tanking this. This is just pre-positioning for Friday's expiration. But hey, if I get one solid sell, even the 7,000 test, that'd be kind of nice again one more time. This would have followed like the 820 level. I'm pretty excited about it. It's not going to make or break me. You know, it's like $4,000 here. You know, if I get the whole run. These other guys have 5. That's probably going to be 7,000 or so. Although I can just not be greedy and just keep scalping this for those 40 points, 30 points. I hit it here. So currently unrealized, I'm up 4,000. But balls to the wall, baby. Let's let this be the one. I could be the one to fall to the ground. Let's break the bottom. The downward trend is strong. Let's see. 4K. Let's F and go. Hopefully we can get it. 4K open profit. Split between 3 accounts though. I'm trying to be greedy right now. I've been pocketing trades at $1,000 a bump all morning long. Should I be greedy and hold for more, or should I just take the 1,000? You know what I mean? Should I just pocket the 1,000? I've scraped together like $6,000 today with like $1,000 burps, $2,000 burps, like little bit. Every little bit helps. Take the 1K chop. I know, right? I'm just hoping that S&P, with the negative resilience on this orange line being less than 0, and we're rejecting this, is very possible it speeds up from here. So, yeah, what's the worst that can happen? I give back some of this. Let's hang on to it. I'm on the path to 300K in this account, so let's let it ride. Lock some of it in. With 3, like I'm just like, I mean, even with 3, I'm still green. If it goes all the way against me, I'm still green. If I go to 920, I mean, I'm only down $2,000. That put me down at 4,000 P&L for the day. Come on, you know you want to fall. You know you want to start picking up some momentum. Markets don't like to fall. That's the other thing I've learned on my years of trading. The markets just like to float. It takes a lot to push them lower. And I want to see these cross-down MHP show up in abundance, where like Microsoft is now below, Google's now below. These are the things that will assist downward movement. If I start to see a bunch of cross-up MHP, then I'll probably scare out of this. I want to see other stocks, especially big stocks, tumble. You say my age is like 25 by the way that I look? Oh, well, thank you. I definitely am 25. This is definitely true. I'm at least 25. That's for sure. Are you 25? Yeah. I'm greater than equal to 25. 20 or 30. Yeah, that sounds about right. I don't know my youthful appearance, man. This is I still have all my hair. I don't dye my hair, so I don't have any grays yet. I have grays in my beard though. A little bit. I've got lucky genetics, I guess. I'm 75. Oh, I wish. My target will probably be at 840 if I can get another bump to the green line. I don't know, but this time I kind of want to hold it for lower. Google and Microsoft are fighting a monthly hedge pressure right now. I'm in my 40s, you guys. If y'all couldn't tell. Abhishek, somebody's asking about the rapid plan. Is there a daily max cap on the payouts? What is the max cap on the rapid plan payouts? Matt has the necessary experience to trade. I better after this amount of time. Been in this business for way too long. Before you know it, dude, you'll be half a century old. Dude, it's gonna be crazy. Yeah. I'm heading there. I feel young at heart, dude. I still live my life young at heart. Like you, by the way I lived my life, you would be able to tell that I wasn't 22 years old. I think I felt older when I was in my young 20s than I do now. Like when I got my first office job out of school, I saw my story today and it reminded me. When I was like 23, 24 years old and working as an engineer in an office job, I felt like an old man already. Now I feel like young and liberated and free. I feel good. I party like I'm in my 20s, that's for sure. That's for damn sure. I'm throwing the biggest party, one of the biggest parties I've ever had. I'm throwing in 2 Saturdays. All right, there's that second run down here. Okay, again, I'm just pocketing change at $2,000 a pop. 89 to 59. There's my 40 points on 3. I'm gonna take that. I'm gonna close the 5 for 35 and close the 5 for 35, and I'm gonna take that profit. I've been scalping this all day long. All right, so let me update. I'm fully flat. Like I said, I've just been scalping. Maybe this is the big fall, but I'm just, like I said, I don't really care too much about shorting for heavy periods of time. That's the update. So I got those guys up closer to 7. So this is 6 on 17, 23, 28, 34, 35, 2, 36, 2, 36, 7. So almost 37,000 today, which is just scalping that $2,000 or $3,000 at a time with 2 or 3 accounts at a time. Never put all in at once. Just, I know I closed early, but I'm just getting 40 points and cutting it, 40 points and cutting it, 40 points and cutting it. This is bullish, man. I feel like it's bullish. Yeah, that's why I'm just shorting in this range. I mean, it's hitting all these bull supports. I keep shorting target. I've done this like 5 times today. I swear, it's just been like over and over and over and over and over again. Would I buy the dip anywhere? I wouldn't for today. There's no reason to let today be the day to buy the dip. Like tomorrow or tonight, a dip will manifest. This isn't the time for me to try to find the opportunity for generational wealth. Not here. Yeah, we got monthly expiration coming up. We got, I think this is going to really stay comfortably flat all day here. I don't think we break out and go higher here. Not with half the stocks. Look, half the stocks are negative gamma, half are positive. You can watch the feed here. Microsoft. Oh, sorry, we're on the old system here. Let me scoot this over so I can see it. Hold on. I'll see over here on my screen. Hold on, right here. My events feed over here is showing me certain stocks are up and down around monthly hedge pressure. Monthly hedge pressure is a blast off point. And with not all the stocks being bearish, it's probably not going to be bearish. Not all the stocks being bullish is probably not going to be bullish. That's why it's just chopping around. And so with that being said, I'm not too eager to make a big decision from here. Nice bull run today. But with the market the way that it's been, it can do anything to finish out the day. It could end up down here. I'm in no quick hurry to make a decision off of this move. This is day number 12. We popped up on NASDAQ and it's threatening to sell off, right? We had a prominent move over the London session. Yeah, this is leading up into earnings. Are we going to sell a little bit of that news? Who knows? Taiwan Semiconductor earnings, big part of, a lead off. It's always a lead off in the major tech. Like if people are buying the chips, TSM goes up, then it kind of means the demand is everywhere. And it kind of hints at, greener pastures for all the other tech companies and chip makers and chip buyers and stuff. Do I think the high is in for the day? If history serves correctly, yes, perhaps. But it hasn't been such a predictable market that I probably don't want to guess if the high's in for the day. Likely it's in for the day, but I wouldn't short it either. Hello, I hear somebody outside. I thought you were.
I did. I came home.
I thought you were working out.
I did, and I came home and made chicken piccata.
What? Bruh. What? Dude, I love you. Look at this. Lunch money with Matt gets actual lunch. We don't just.
You're gonna drip the juice.
Ooh. Oh, that's hilarious. Hold on. Ooh, that sauce is good. Thanks. I got it on the mic stand. Look, guys, lunch money with Matt is not. It's not just a name. Okay. Oh, we're good. I didn't spill that much. It's not just a name. It's a lifestyle, baby. Who is she? I don't know. I woke up and she was here. No, it's good. We're good. Thank you. I woke up and she was here. Where did you come from? I have no idea. I don't remember, guys. I don't remember her name. What was your name again? Do you need?
You forgot about me already. I'm too.
You need me to get you an Uber?
Huh?
Did you need me to get you an Uber home?
Home? Excuse me?
Where the heck did this girl come? This is really good. All right. I have to take the bite. Hold on. Anyways, yeah, I dripped some of the sauce here. I love like fresh parsley chicken piccata. All right. You fried it and everything. Yep. That's why I smelled oil. Yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's taste it. Dude. The crust is good. Yay. Thank you, random stranger.
Yeah, okay. White wine and all. You're gonna get drunk now. Bye, everybody.
And the capers and everything. Thank you so much.
You're just a hot mess right now.
Dude, I'm all over the place. Oh, and the worst part, you know when you get like a fever blister inside your mouth, or like you bite your lip and it turns into that like painful little sore? Like I bit my lip while eating. Everything sour is like eating acid, man. It hurts. That's good. I'm really tasty. Here comes the takeoff. Yeah, probably. It's tasty. Really, really good. I have no idea who that girl is. Yeah, she decides she's going to cook. She can stay as long as she wants. Time for a new keyboard. Yeah, probably. What price point is the green line? Oh, my mistake. So yeah, it might be hard to see because of colorblind. For NASDAQ, that green line is the 842 level. Let me circle it for you so you can see it. Yeah, I know it's just kind of not really that friendly for folks who can't see green as well. That's the green one here, and that's the green one here. It'll say DD, so look for the letters DD to go with it. Stands for Doomsday or Diddy or whatever you want to call it. Risk interval band. The reason we went to Doomsday, because it was the nickname we gave the project, the secret project that we were working on, the indicator. We saw it as a Doomsday meter, that can print a Doomsday clock. And it was just called Project Doomsday. And we were like, we'll call it the risk interval band. And then it was like, we're going to call it the rib. Rib sounded kind of too funny. And speaking of rib, I was so disappointed. When I went to get my yearly McRib that I get from McDonald's, you know, McDonald's has McRib as their Christmas item. You know, every company tries to boost their sales during the holidays. And the story about McDonald's and McRib, it was invented as a reason for them to boost their sales during Christmas. They don't have Christmas products like a Christmas milkshake or something. So they bump that McRib out every time during the holidays. And this year I went to go get one. I was like, I get my yearly McRib. I went the day they took it off the menu. So sad. Never got my rib. Such a huge fan of it though. 300 likes. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. You just learned that you're colorblind. The DD is white to you. I wouldn't say you're colorblind. I would say on MyFunded TV, it's not as clearly green because everything around it is white, green, and yellow and orange. Like you have such a close spectrum of colors. You know, green and yellow and orange is like all looks the same kind of anyways. And the MyFunded TV condenses that into a smaller portion of the frame, and then it takes away some of the resolution, and therefore it kind of is fuzzy rather than it being as vividly green as it should be. But I agree. These colors all look very close to each other. White, orange, yellow, green. Yeah. W Matt is the best. Oh, well, thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Somebody says, love chicken piccata. It's so good. Who is she? Matt is the man. Time for a new keyboard. She loves the food. She loves you, man. You're lucky. I feel lucky. It also brings up a point. Earlier, I was smelling burnt something, and I was like, I'm either having a stroke or I'm imagining something or something's on fire. And I was so wrapped up in trading, I wasn't even concerned to go peek downstairs. She told me this morning, she's like, I'm going out for the day. I was like, what are you doing today? She's like, oh, I'm going to lunch with this guy that I work with, and then I'm going out to work out, and I'm going to dinner with a friend and all this stuff. And I'm like, oh, she's gone all day. And she came in here and said, hey, I'm leaving for the day. I'm like, where are you going? She's like, I'm going to work out. I'm like, okay, I'll see you later. So I've assumed she's gone for the day. An hour later, I started smelling something burning. And I'm like, It even registered to me to probably go downstairs and check and see what was going on. I was like, man, I'm just having a stroke. I don't know. Apparently, she's frying chicken down. So I guess she skipped her lunch date or whatever. Decided to come home and fry some chicken. That's what I was. It's probably was the Harley guy. Yeah, I did decide to not check to see if the house was burning down. So it's like, it smells like burning something. And my brain didn't go, wait, nobody's home. Go look downstairs and see if something's going on. I'm glad I covered that short when I did. It's just not, there's no momentum to the downside. We are still hanging. Yeah, it could be a launch point to rally from here. I would like to say I'm probably done trading for the day. I'm not at all unhappy with my performance today. And this has just been scalping a tiny little range. I've been very lucky in this, since Christmas, I don't think I've had a losing day. Remember in December, I had like 10 losing days or something in a row. It was like 2 weeks of losing. I got trolled so hard. Oh, he's like the worst trader ever. This guy's horrible. Look at this drawdown. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It was a pretty bad month. But I've been doing so, like, the market structure has been sort of honored and back since January. Feels good. iDoc went to lunch with the Harley dude and then just brings me a great meal. Hey, that's a deal we have, right? You can go on as many dates as you want, as long as you come home and make me some lunch too, then we're good. Hang out with the Harley guy. That's cool. Bring me back some chicken though. He took you to sushi. Did you get me one? Bring something back. Why do you think prop firms won't allow swing trades? I don't know if it's like that they don't want to allow it. I just think that swing trading is not as popular for futures. It's more like mimicking the futures market. Futures doesn't really allow quote unquote swing trades. I mean, you can, but you don't, your intraday margin doesn't carry over into swing trading. You have to trade at full margin. So if margin's $30,000 and you have 10,000 in your account, you can't even swing trade a futures contract, even if they give you 500 to trade it, or 500 is the cost intraday. I don't know why prop firms don't do a lot of swing trading, other than I can just guess it wouldn't be a popular product. It's not something that most day traders and futures do. So it's like it's a business thing. It's kind of like if I had a taco store, why I don't have, like I have like a Mexican food restaurant, why I don't have tiki masala on the menu, even though I love Indian food. It's not the restaurant for it. All right, so maybe it wouldn't be a popular product. Doesn't make any sense to build it, maintain it, if no one would really use it. So I think that that's probably why they don't have it universally. It's very rare to find a prop firm that has swing trading. Some of them do. But I would guess it's not a very popular product. And futures margin limit is way more strict holding over close. Yeah, you have to pay the full margin holding over close. Now, even in prop trading, it's simulating that effect. In a $50,000 trading account, there's no way you could even hold more than one asset contract anyways. So probably why. Now, why they don't just allow you to hold your futures trades overnight is because of that. You're not, it's similar to like why you're not allowed to news trade in some places. It's just because the overnight volatility is so high. you can blow up pretty easily. And they're protecting you from that. The market just gaps up or gaps down. You're protected from that. Or you're protected from blowing up your consistency because the market goes straight up or straight down. But in reality, they're just mirroring the real market, where you're not usually allowed to hold a contract through close unless you got the full margin for it. That's, again, I'm just guessing because I don't know the answer to that. But my real belief is that it's just not really going to be something people would really want to utilize, so they just didn't build into it. It's a whole different, and maybe Tradeabate doesn't allow that as well. It could be part of that too. I think prop firms can only design within the infrastructure of the API as well. So maybe the limits at Tradeabate, maybe they make you close your position in the day so that mirrors the real stock market. Because in reality, it needs to mirror the real stock market. I mean, it's a prop firm. You're not allowed to just bend every rule you want and work around it. So they probably have this rule that you got to close your trades out because the API probably makes them close out. Good question. Good question. In all honesty, it's good practice to get out of your futures trades at close anyways, because open is such a variable. Sometimes it opens flat. Other times it can just gap way down or gap way up randomly. And there's no way you can predict it. So there's no reason to gamble into that ever. I'll tell you, even with as much money as I have trading, I never, ever, ever, ever hold through close. I can't remember a time that I ever did. It was a day trade. I'm always out before the close. Even if I'm upside down, even whatever, I always close and get back in once it opens up. Overnight margins are too high. Yeah, they mimic the real clearing margin that's set by the CME group. So you have to pay the full margin to hold through. So in reality, you can just close the trade and reopen it. Overnight margins are different than the full margin. So full margin you need to have to hold through close. Some brokers will allow you to have reduced margin once the futures market opens back up. Sometimes it's more expensive than the intraday margin that you get, but to hold through that hour that it's closed, you got to pay the full price. It's weird. They treat it like, a real, even though it's only an hour of difference, close your position and reopen it if your desire is to swing trade. Yeah. Dang, that chicken was good. All right. Okay. Time has flown, guys. It's been a pretty good trading day. I would say I've got nothing else really to offer as far as advice goes. Today, market is prepping for Friday, which is the expiration, which is tomorrow. You're going to have a choppy day tomorrow, just like you had a choppy day today. We had a volatility scare yesterday that seems to have unwound itself back to normalcy. Big volatility, big rejection. VIX options expire in next Wednesday. So that's also going to create some turbulence. Yeah, so no fear of this market being bullish. I'm still very bullish myself. But anything can happen to expiration. Maybe this expiration is a continuation up. Maybe this is the one that finally breaks the highs and keep going. Today, I'm not going to be a big decision maker. I think that we probably close exactly where we are. And I don't think we break out. But maybe tonight, we have a dip to break out from, but we'll see. Monthly expiration is going to be such a coin flip. And usually, it's very rare to see a reversal on that day. But I'm going to say this is the moment everything's happening. That's off. Like, whatever I think is going to happen, this moment is going to be something that might happen completely different. Congrats to the winners, guys. Deduce leverage. Are we feeling? Teach like a DJ. Izzy Lizzy B. Volks part. Alexander. Ali. Namdo, Smile Always, and Profit Per Tick. Congratulations, you guys are the winners. Oh, there's a lot of Rocket Scooter peeps in there. Congrats. By the way, there's a pro account promo going on for new users, 50% off existing users, 30% off unlimited uses. Very, 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 very cool. Use your favorite affiliate influencer code for that to get those discounts, guys. Cool program. Speaking of cool program, I gotta send a message really quick. Hold on. Congrats to the winners. Who is on number 7 in XP? You're unable to see them. You accidentally blocked. Oh. I don't know. I can't tell. I just read them all off to you. MFFTV guys are legit and clear on it. Thanks, team. Yeah, of course, man. We're glad to do some fun events for you guys and giveaways. Glad you guys enjoyed it. We are the best. Thank you for noticing. I agree. What an unsexy trading day, though, right? For many people, trying to just hold all day for one way or the other. I think my intuition of just knowing that the market doesn't like to break this green line that easily. The ratio is bullish, which it is. And also with resilience negative, it's not going to break gap and go pretty easily as well. So this being trapped inside of here was just a beauty for NASDAQ. This is 80 points of run back and forth and back and forth. It's rare that you get opportunities like this. It's been kind of great trading. I don't think I'm going to do anything else unless the conditions apply themselves to show me a bigger trade. If somehow we tap the open one more time and monthly and resilience is even more negative, I'll take the stab. The ARB indicator, as you guys notice, has mysteriously stayed bullish this whole time, which is a clue in that the index is actually underpriced, despite its tendency to want to try to fill the gap. The futures are still lagging behind the index a little bit. This is so crazy, which is preventing this from selling off. As ARB is as good as it is, it's actually doing such a good job at preventing me from trying to short at these lows. Izzy Lizzie, yeah, you're welcome. Congrats. Thanks for being fans of the show, and thanks for you guys to sub to the channel if you haven't. Don't forget to click the like button too on the stream. Give us some engagement points here. Oh, I always forget, guys. I should put this over here to give you guys more screen viewing pleasure. Sorry about that. I always forget I have that to the left on my screen. There we go. That should look a little nicer and cleaner. Our new ARB indicator, guys, has been positive all day. The market hasn't crashed all day. It's a good indication for what it's worth. That's why I've gotten short, get out, short, get out, short, get out. That ARB is showing that the trend is up. Or the futures are going to still try to keep pushing higher. I'm liking it. It hasn't really been a bit confusing though, Bash. Think about it. It's showing the futures are behind the index, or the implied value of the index. And so while it has basically sustained positive, the trend is still pressing higher despite the local desire for it to try to fill gap and get down in here. The futures are still, the stocks are still inching faster, higher than the futures. The fact that it's positive and not less than zero means the tendency is still trying to go up. So that's a neat takeaway. We're still learning about this indicator, but it's not showing that the stocks are tanking faster than the futures are. Kind of cool to see that. I'm loving this indicator though, man. Ever since I've added this to the arsenal, since ARB appeared, I haven't lost a trading day. I've been using it so much. It's been very cool. Most days. It's been really good. It's giving me like a realistic approach to a lot of my trades. Like while I'm in the trade, while I'm trying to pivot a trade, it's so powerful. At least so far, it's been really good. So I'm excited to see what else we learn from it. It's a pretty cool creation, though. The S&P is finding lower highs. Another observation. Sorry, higher lows. And the Nasdaq as well, higher lows. And it's maintained positive. We haven't seen, like, the tracking algorithm is like, well, this needs to keep going higher. So we've seen higher lows. Maybe if this is positive, higher lows is the game. This is positive, higher lows is the game. Maybe, right? Res is negative, but that just means that's just stock wise. ARB is more useful. Let's say more. It's more applicable everywhere than res. Res just means with negative res, it means we're just going to stay below here. That's all that it means, and maybe get down to here by the end of the day. With negative res, my brain says we're not breaking out from here and going higher. With positive ARB, it tells me that my shorts are short-lived, like that the market is still trying to press higher into that. So negative res is a ceiling here. Positive ARB is a approach there. It almost paints a picture like a wedge, which is kind of neat. Positive ARB, there's your ceiling. So a rising wedge or whatever they call it. Remember, resilience is just applied here and here and nowhere else. ARB applies everywhere. So there is an arbitrage effect of the index is behind the implied value of the stocks by 20 points on NASDAQ. It means left on its own, this is trying to move 20 points higher, all things being equal. So it's preventing it from going lower lows because it's been positive all day. We have a video on it because we just created this. I told you I went to a wedding like at the end of last year, and I was 6 tequila shots deep within a 30-minute time frame. We were just chugging tequila, bride and groom, shots. And then like an hour later, I was feeling like a pretty good calm. I was pretty buzzed, and I was just like, you know what I can do? I can take out that portion of the resilience code that I use for the implied value of the index and make another indicator out of that. A resilience that applies everywhere. Not just one that applies at the half gap, but a pivoting indicator that I can use that technology to apply anywhere. And it was like, and I thought I had, and I was like, oh, let me whip it up. So no video yet because we just threw it live so that everybody can play with it, just to observe it, to see what it tells us. Not knowing if it's any good or not. It's just like, let me just make it and see what it does. So I went home, I scribbled the code, jotted it down, sent the developer. I was like, hey, can you make this indicator by Monday? Then after a couple of days of getting that ready, then we had it, and then it runs the indicator. Okay. What it does is it looks for the following pattern. Let me pull up a random stock. Apple. Now, something that is, okay. That's a good one. Let's find a better one. Oops. Okay, AVGO. All right. What it does, I'll give away all the sauce. I'll tell you the principle. What it does is it looks for every stock's open and every stock's close. Open today at 9:30, close today at 4. It takes the halfway point, the half gap. We always know that half gap is a high volume pivot. The halfway point between the open and close is always high volume pivot. It's a liquid spot. Okay. So when the market is very liquid, it's balanced. If every stock is at the middle, or one stock moves slightly above the middle, then it's illiquid, right? It's moving to look for sellers. What it does is it takes every stock, which side of the middle it's on, then it looks for the distance it needs to travel to fill the gap. In this case, if this was here, it would do this much. Currently, right now, ABGO is right here. The algo is considering ABGO to have this much additional value at some point. If a stock is slightly below half gap, it does the value down in here. So now we have a change in value of every potential stock, all 500 companies in the S&P. What would happen if you snapped your fingers and all the gaps were to fill in the direction they were already going? Then you can recalculate the index. based on that the implied value. It's a value that hasn't happened yet. So like right now, AVGO is up here. The algo is saying, aha, AVGO can go that much higher. So the S&P, therefore, should be valued that much higher. And when we adjust futures for what it's tracking the S&P now and remove the contango from it, then you've got how much futures are lagging behind that value of the S&P that hasn't happened yet. So if the stocks were to complete the move, the S&P would make the move and futures would make the move. And so we're looking at the discrepancy between futures now and that future value of the index and creating the arbitrage out of the two of those. Long story short, if ARB is greater than 0, it means the futures are lagging behind what the index should be if all the stocks would fill their gaps by that many points. Currently, right now, NASDAQ is behind the implied value of the index by 17 points. What it means is that the index is moving is somewhere and it could move, and that move, it could happen, the futures would be 17 points behind that potential move. So all things being equal, it's a balancing act to look at the arbitrage between where the stocks are and where they could be, and where the futures are compared to where the stocks could be. And we take the arbitrage of the arbitrage, double level there, because the futures are tracking the index, which is tracking the stocks. So we're guessing where the stocks will go, and then we're finding out how far behind where the stocks will go, where the futures are now. And then it comes with that oscillator. If it's greater than 0, as we've observed, you start seeing higher lows. The market, the futures tracking algorithm is still trying to price higher because futures are trying to get ahead of the stocks. It's future, actually, after all. And so if ARB were to spike up 30, 40, 50 points, another thing, I usually chase the trade. Once the futures get the distance of the arbitrage distance is greater than what my normal stop loss will be, then I usually chase that trade. An example is if you just start selling off and this indicator creeps up, I'm going to buy that dip, just like here. Futures were selling off, selling off, selling off, selling off, and ARB was going up, going up, going up. And so because of that, I close out my short. You guys see that? Like when I shorted and it did this and it went there and I shorted again. And as futures were falling, ARB was going up. I closed my short. See how beautiful that was? I was like, I'm at the resistance here. And this means futures are behind the index. And then it just snapped right back into place. See how beautiful that was, right? Envision that while drunk. Oh, I wish you can see it. Here, it's over here. My bad. There you go. There you go. So right here, it's selling off, selling off, selling off. And the indicator's going up, going up, going up. It's kind of like it's just pulling a spring, and futures want to be on that side of the spring. I want to spring the other way. And so far, so good. This indicator has been pretty flawless at that particular thing. It's quick acting. And it's preventing me from doing something dumb. Like, let me just chase the short. Well, if the market's falling and this is going up, then the futures want to jump back up. And that's what it's telling me, right? It's very, very good at this. And I don't have a video on explaining what it does yet because we don't really know how to use it. We're just watching it as a group so that everybody can throw their ideas in. But so far, these are the observations. If it's greater than 0, you tend to find lower highs and the trend continues up. And if you're in a short or in a long and ARB goes the other way, time to close out. Holy crap, it's 12:30, guys. I got to run. Friends, thank you, Abhishek, for posting that up here. Thank you, MyFundedTV, for such an excellent day. Thanks for the giveaways. Also, that amazing plan they've got that was mentioned earlier. Make sure you take a look at that. There's the 50% off. I think it was the Pro plan, right? You can post it up maybe in a second here. Don't forget to catch that. Use the codes. Thank you, friends. Thanks, Legend. Appreciate that. We'll see y'all later. I'll be live on my stream this afternoon. A very important meeting with Tradeovate Ninja Traders, so I'm going to have to bow out for like a hot hour or so, but I'll still be here streaming all afternoon. There's the promo. 50% off existing users, 30% off rebills. the pro account. Very cool. And I got to go. You don't have to hang. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Show's over. But come back tonight for Steven. We'll be live as always in the evenings. And check me out on my stream. Click the link above the YouTube chat. He's posting that up. You guys can join my live stream. I'll be here this afternoon crushing. I'll even do my Funded Futures giveaway for you guys as well. So come on over. We'll see you later. I'm out. See y'all. Have a good day.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.